It takes future-focused vision to find ideas that become solutions to the world's most pressing concerns. Innovation and creativity are the sparks that ignite to transform lives and society, and these need space to grow.
We are home to these creative and innovative sparks. Our work goes beyond the disciplines, across our 9 faculties, 7 campuses, and being one of Africa's top business schools. As an African global university, we stand proudly among the world's top universities. We remain at the forefront of universal discoveries and provide authentically African solutions to the world's greatest challenges and opportunities. We are pioneers in our fields, from the humanities to cutting-edge technologies, continually seeking ways to improve the world around us. Our hybrid learning systems provide quality education that enables graduates to become adaptable game changers. We have molded nearly 500,000 alumni who have made their mark locally and internationally, and we continue to inspire and equip our students to uphold our firmly rooted culture of excellence. At the heart of what we do is our people. They are creative, critical thinkers who can shape society for the better, because that is how we teach, learn, innovate, impact, and live. We are the University of Pretoria.
Dumelang, Malweni, Goeiedag, good day, and welcome to the University of Pretoria's 5th Annual Women in Science Symposium. I'm Rakeshni Ramata-Prishal, and I'm extremely excited about today's event, aimed at celebrating the remarkable contributions made by the phenomenal women in science. And we've got a jam-packed, star-studded program today of esteemed speakers. This year's event is anchored on the United Nations theme, bringing everyone forward for sustainable and equitable development through I.D.E.A.S, which is the global call to innovate, demonstrate, elevate, advance, and sustain the participation and inclusion of women and girls in science. This theme advances women's socioeconomic rights and empowerment, bringing back better for women's improved resilience, which is the 2023 theme for Women's Day in South Africa. Change, they say, is the only constant thing in life. The pace of change in the world is accelerating faster than we could ever imagine. Every aspect of our lives, from technology to social norms, is constantly evolving at an unprecedented rate. The technological advancements that we have seen in the last decade alone have transformed the way we live our lives. Smartphones, for instance, has become an integral part of our lives, allowing us to stay connected with friends and family, access information, and perform various tasks with just the click of a button. Social media platforms like Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter have completely changed the way we interact with each other and the way in which we consume information. The rise of artificial intelligence, machine learning, and robotics has completely transformed various industries, from banking and financial sectors to healthcare and manufacturing. Automation and digitization have become the norm, allowing us to do things more efficiently and a much faster pace than ever before. The integration of technology into our daily lives has definitely made life better, faster, simpler, and easier. It is therefore not surprising that governments globally pin their hopes for economic recovery on the transformative power of the fourth industrial revolution. But this cannot be achieved without taking into account the inclusion of specific and targeted policies to bringing women and girls into the digital space, to ensure that gender gaps are closed across the board. The issue of gender imbalance, which is already in a state of concern, is expected to widen with the fourth industrial revolution gaining increasing momentum. As an example, during the global COVID-19 pandemic, a previously unimaginable digital transition in the global economy has been fostered, with changes evident in South Africa as much as elsewhere, especially in terms of online shopping or cashless transactions. How many of you have Yokos that you are now transacting with? This transformation has consequences for redefining the future of work. As much as the South African government's significant efforts and strides to advance the development of digital technologies and implement initiatives to increase its adoption, the gender-digital divide remains entrenched in our society, especially in rural communities where gender-digital exclusion is highest. The fourth industrial revolution has harshly emphasized the considerable inequalities in South Africa, and job security is under threat, especially amongst unskilled and low-income citizens, amongst whom women represent 97%. And these includes jobs such as caregiving, domestic work, teaching, administrative, and secretarial positions. How do we get women to reinvent careers using the opportunities presented in this rapidly evolving technological era? Factors such as gender stereotyping, digital illiteracy, inaccessibility to data, and discrimination have confirmed digital gender exclusion in the country. This is exacerbated by the fact that South Africa ranks as one of Africa's top 10 countries in terms of high data costs, which inextricably limits people's access to the digital world. Much hope, therefore, is pinned on the Presidential Commission on the Fourth Industrial Revolution, which has acknowledged this challenge. And we hope by 2030, a national response strategy to uplift South Africans to fully harness the innovative potential of the Fourth Industrial Revolution is fully implemented, with targeted interventions that equip women and girls with the appropriate knowledge and tools to position themselves for careers of the future. In science, technology, engineering, mathematics, and innovation, STEMI, we find that as recent as 2022, women inventors accounted for only 16.5% of inventions listed in international patent applications. Women founders of startup companies still struggle to access finance, and in large tech companies, they remain underrepresented in both leadership and technical positions. Added to this is the fact that 122 years since the award's inception in 1901, only 4% of Nobel laureates are women scientists. Women also account for only 28% of engineering graduates and 40% of graduates in computer science and informatics. This gender gap widens as women progress in their academic careers, with lower participation at each successive rung of the ladder, from doctoral student to full professor. This number dwindles to an almost net zero statistic when you examine the number of vice chancellors and principals and CEOs employed at lead universities and other research entities, such as national facilities in the global south. This clearly demonstrates the leaky pipeline in action. There is evidence, however, of some encouraging and positive change happening in the country and on the continent. For instance, Prof. Liz Corsten from the University of Pretoria, who is B-rated and the co-director of the DSI NRF Center for Excellence in Food Security, has been elected as the first woman president of the African Academy of Sciences. Well done to Prof. And we have Professor Nilisha Pillay, also B-rated, who holds the NRF-DSI Saatchi Chair in Artificial Intelligence for Sustainable Development and the Multi-Choice Chair in Machine Learning, an area that is dominated by male colleagues and counterparts. In order to groom the next generation of Lisas and Nilishas and accelerate parity where women's successes are cultivated and nurtured, I propose the following catalytic interventions. 1, build business and financial competence. Women in science face various challenges and an arduous journey in accessing funds to firstly advance their research, publish in open access journals, and eventually in patenting and monetizing their innovations. Besides mentoring and training opportunities, strategies for improving access to business and financial literacy are necessary for building successful science-based enterprises. This means empowering female scientists with the relevant entrepreneurial skills, digital technologies, financial tools, and competencies that go beyond core research training. And there's a number of deans in the room. We have our Vice Chancellor, we have our Deputy Vice Chancellor. So these are ways in which we can decolonize and reinvent and revive our curriculum to bring in that innovation space. Number 2, we leverage networks and communities of practice. There's an urgent need to create awareness and empower early career women scientists on how they can leverage the available opportunities in the field. By establishing or strengthening local, regional, and continental networks, such as the Organization for Women in Science in the Developing World, women and girls can share and benefit from their collective knowledge and experience. Building strong communities of like-minded women across generation and borders helps to inform, inspire, and increase women's participation in STEMI, whether it is in classrooms, laboratories, or boardrooms, thereby breaking glass ceilings. 3, strengthen ecosystems for inclusion and retention. Addressing the underrepresentation of women and girls in science requires an accelerated, holistic approach. This calls for redesigning and rethinking multi-stakeholder engagements and partnerships between academia, government, communities, businesses, and private sector, collaborating and working together to promote gender equity in science policy and practice. It also calls for the participation of men as allies in supporting and uplifting their female colleagues. Equal inclusion in STEMI ultimately benefits society as a whole. In order for these catalytic interventions to be achieved, the following enablers need to be in place: to actively implement policy and invest in the necessary infrastructures to improve access to the internet and bring women and girls on board with technological developments, especially those in poor and marginalized communities. Address gender discrimination, the exploitation of women, and gender-based violence to ensure safe spaces for women and girls, enable the development of a sustainable gender-equal society at home, in communities, classrooms, universities, boardrooms. In addressing such barriers, women can be encouraged to meaningfully contribute to economic advancement. Finally, to incentivize high-tech science-based industries, which can extend to the provision of research and development support, as well as tax breaks, particularly focused on women in small and medium enterprises. In summary, the full and equal participation of women and girls in science is necessary now more than ever before. The numerous challenges facing today's global community, from combating climate change to improving health, requires recognition of women's untapped potential, talent, and contribution in making the world more sustainable. Whilst much has been done, a lot more needs to be done to increase female participation in science. We need to break the societal and cultural barriers hindering women from entering the science field and seal the leaky pipeline that prevents women from staying and succeeding in that field. We must collectively develop a comprehensive and globally shared view of how technology, in all its shapes and forms, is affecting our lives, reshaping our economic, social, cultural, and human environments. And more especially, and what remains unsaid, is how we can steer towards realizing a gender-equal future. This day is a reminder that women and girls play a critical role in science and technology, and that our participation should be strengthened in order to promote full and equal access to opportunities. I hope today's deliberation steers us towards achieving gender equality, which is a priority not only for the United Nations, but also our continent and our country. I thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Wendy Adams, and thank you, Dr. Rakeshni, for gracing us with your wisdom and insights, and those key interventions that you shared with us for how the gap can be closed to enhance inclusion and participation by women in particularly the science space. Now, with this contextual background to today's 5th Women in Science event, hosted on the beautiful grounds of Future Africa campus, I would like to invite on stage our interim Vice Chancellor and Principal of the University of Pretoria. Professor Mosia has served the academic enterprise in numerous capacities, including teaching and lecturing, international relations as head of departments, registrar at various universities, Dean, General Manager of the HPCSA, and Vice Chancellor and Deputy Vice Chancellor, amongst others. His body of academic work is in quality assurance, governance and health sciences. He's earned his formal education in South Africa and the United States. He was also appointed as an expert advisor to the Commission of Inquiry into the feasibility of fee-free higher education in South Africa. He served as the chairperson of the Council of Higher Education, CHE, for 2 terms and chaired accreditation visits in United Arab Emirates, the United Kingdom, India, the Seychelles on medical education, and served in independent assessor panels, including audits for universities. Without further ado, I welcome on stage Professor Themba Mosia to deliver the opening address.
Thank you, Program Director. Ms. Adams, right? Yeah. I was seated right here at the front, and Prof. Mashamba Thompson, said, hey, I'm probably sitting on Professor Maharaj's seat. Where is he? And I said, he doesn't like front seats. He sits at the back. And, today, is a very, very important day for the University of Pretoria. And especially, the recognition that we give to women in science and the interventions that are being made. And before I proceed, I came across an article yesterday on leadership from the Harvard Business Review, and I just want to say 1 or 2 things from this article. And before I go in, I just want to recognize and welcome executive members here, Prof. Maharaj, Prof. Sinkubuge, Prof. Ferris, I think, will join us later. Deans and deputy deans, the president of the SRC, I saw him here, and students, head of departments, and everyone else. We truly appreciate your commitment to this symposium. there will be a lot of insights that will come from here as we go forward. And having listened to some of the highlights that Rakeshni presented to us, there's a lot to be done. There's a lot that is being done, and I'm sure we can follow suit. Now, this article is about, it says women score higher than men in most leadership skills. But we know that. So this is some research that has been done looking at the capabilities and the percentages that women score against men. Taking initiative, women have 55.6% and men 48%. Remember, I'm a man, so I feel deeply wounded by this article. And resilience, I don't argue with resilience. Women are very resilient. 54%, 54.7%, and men 49.3%. And it's a whole range of capabilities. But one of the very interesting ones are, if you look at champions of change, women score 53% and men 49%. And it's a whole range of capabilities that were looked into. But one of the things that came out is that women rate themselves, less confident than men until their mid-40s. So if you have not reached 40 yet, it seems like the confidence levels are not what they're supposed to be, according to the study. And they rate themselves, as more effective leaders later in their careers. And the point that is being made here is we're looking at young women in science, that leaky pipeline that has been presented here, it should start from young women. So I'm sure that as time goes on, we will see quite a difference in how we, as women, present ourselves. But having said that, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I guess I'm supposed to say what I've been instructed to say here this morning. And that is, we are very fortunate as the University of Pretoria to actually recognize the fact that the women are very important in our DNA as a university. And you can see it in our appointment practices in the past few years, that we consciously look into the appointment of women in ways that should advance the agenda of the university. And we appreciate the time that you're going to spend here and listen to these contributions. Now, we are now coming to the end of Women's Month. I think it's on, is it Thursday? It's on Thursday. But the celebration of women, in my personal view, is that it should be every day of the year, because a lot of us have been made by quite formidable women, and it doesn't really matter whether women have formal education, the kind of difference they make in society is just truly remarkable. And the resilience that the article spoke about from the Harvard Business Review, is testimony to that. Many years ago, before many were not born, I was born, as we reflect, there were about 20,000 women who protested the past laws just across here, the Union Building. And these women had courage, they had focus. They knew what the dangers were, and yet they pushed ahead to the Union Buildings. And today, we know that many people speak of, the well-known expression, striking a woman, and I don't even know why you should strike a woman. It shouldn't happen. But it says, if you strike a woman, you strike a rock. It doesn't actually say what type of rock, because, I know that there are different types of rocks. But the point here is, women have such resilience and staying power, and spirit to carry on what they believe in. That is just a fact. I mean, just raising a child, children are very acrimonious, and if you look at the tenacity and the care that women give to these young citizens, it's just amazing. So, if you strike a woman, you strike a rock. That's what is being said. But this was about pioneers, really, for the democracy that we see today, and we do have quite gender gaps in our makeup as a country, and a number of these are quite harmful. There are these stereotypes that society has, and certain expectations from women, which most of the time, are unfair and are discriminatory. And so all of these hoops and speed bumps and barriers that women have to jump from time to time, they're like, when you have I always tell people when we speak about leadership and management that, and this is true of women too, that if you have a foreign, object in your shoe, there's no moment that passes without you feeling it. That pain is there all the time, that discomfort, And I think these are some of the things and barriers that women come across, and that are holding back others, but others are pushing ahead in spite of these and working hard to eradicate them. And pulling women back, obviously, affects our economic growth as a country, as a continent, and globally. And other countries have moved a bit better than others in terms of the recognition of women, in terms of equality, and so on and so forth. And we know it is not easy, but it has been done. And there's no way that, as we look into this women in science, we should not be looking into the empowerment of women. In fact, more women, not just a selected few. It's very important that everyone else is on board so that we can realize these United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. It's quite critical that as a University of Pretoria, we have role models, we have examples. We still don't have enough. We have women in leadership, but it's not enough. We can do better. And I think we should do better than the ANC. They say they have 50-50, you know. And if you look at the demographics of the country, if you look at the demographics of this university even, we know it's a fact, you know. You don't even need top scientists to tell you that women are in the majority. So 50-50 doesn't cut it. You know, the ratio should be a bit different than that. However, 2030 is not very far, you know, of these sustainable development goals. We've been speaking about them for a few years now, and we know that some of the targets that have been set, I don't think some of them will be realized, given all sorts of, you know, developments and dynamics around sustainability. And so 7 years remains, and 15.4% of the data shows that, well, we are on track, you know, on these SDGs. 15.4% is a little bit, I don't know, those who understand these numbers better will tell you that 15% is quite low. If you're on track with 15%, you can do much better. Now, if you know, the research tells us that if you move at this pace, you know, at the current rate, it's going to take us 286 years to close the gap in legal protection. 286, you know? And that's very serious. And it will take us another 140 years for women to be represented in equal positions of power and leadership in the workplace. We try as much as possible, and this is a challenge that I also want to put to women themselves. We have about 57% of our student population are women. I think it's 57. I'll check. And unless we build that pipeline from the university, you know, into leadership, into science, into various areas of development, we are going to fail to achieve. We look for women, for example, in certain key appointments, and it becomes very difficult. And there are many reasons for it. And research also tells us that, you know, 47 years, you know, in order to achieve equal representation in the national parliaments. You know how parliaments look like across the world, except in a very few countries. Except that there's a lot of chaos in many parliaments. So, and the more you have women in this, we'll probably have order, you know. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this gap is quite serious, and we need to work on it. And even though women have made tremendous progress towards increasing their participation in higher education, they are still severely underrepresented in these fields that we're talking about, and in leadership positions, in management, and so on and so forth. Now, at the University of Pretoria, we embraced the 2023 International Women's Day, and this concept is very important to us because it speaks to socio-economic rights and empowerment, as Rakeshni said, and we need to build back and improve this resilience that I spoke about earlier. Now, we look at the performance of women at the university against men, and again, we see a remarkable improvement. Sometimes, I do a lot of, these excellence awards, for students. And at some point, we used to invite parents as well, just make a big fanfare. And sometimes I wonder, I've been saying to parents, I wonder whose children are these, because they are so bright, It's on rare occasions where you find male students surpass women. Of course they do sometimes, but the majority are very excellent performers, these young women. So we are trying the best that we can with the little resources that we have. We have role models. You had, Professor Nelisha Pillay and Liz Costin, and those of you who know them will of course attest to that award or recognition that they have. So I think we need to build from here, and I know that everyone else is doing the best that they can to actually move us forward. It's about equality, it's about access, it's about recognition, it's about creating opportunities so that we can be able to close the gap on gender discrimination, but also gender inequality. And of course, one of the standing points for me is disability. Women with disabilities in respective fields. We need to take a very deliberate effort to empower women with disabilities as well. And although I said we have 57% of enrolled students at this university, there's a lot more that can be done. But a lot of initiatives that came from students themselves. A number of years ago, we had one of our, she's an alumni now, Dr. Cyan Brown. You can Google Cyan Brown anytime. You'll just see how multi-talented she is. She's a medical doctor by training, but she did a lot of other things. So she came to my office a while back. She used to live in Coletia, the residence that wins most of the, well, Erica will not be happy if I say that. But anyway, she came and said, I have an idea to establish a leadership academy for women in residences. So I listened, and she's one of very coherent and convincing people. And then we had this established. Professor Della Ray was still the Vice Chancellor. We requested Advocate Thuli Madonsela to be our keynote speaker. And the Academy has been doing fantastic work. But we also recently got involved with the G4G, Girl for Girls, with some partners from the continent and UJ, and then it's supposed to be rolled out everywhere else in the country. And you know, there are all kinds of issues, dialogues that are aimed at empowering our society and our students. So there are numerous examples, really. And the point is that we want to encourage women to apply into our advanced human rights course. You know, we have this presented by the Center for Human Rights, and it is one of the empowering tools for us to get women focused into science, because that's the way to go for now. I mean, you know, at some point, you know, religion was the way to go. Probably is now, theology, because that's how university started, you know. They spoke a little bit of the Bible and the philosophy and all the other things, but things have evolved for us that our focus is now into the STEM or STEMI fields. So we need more women to actually come up those areas. Not that others are less important. I mean, they are very important. I mean, humanities is very important, and so is people that make money in economic and management sciences. They're all important. But let's focus on this and popularize it as a university for us and for the continent, because that's about the only way we can close that gap, you know. We need to drive it. Now, we have currently 1,200 or so women, academics and researchers at this university. 1,244 actually. And the total, you know, academic women employed here is 2,178. So you can just see that we need to get this gap narrowed. It's almost at 50%, if you like, just to move it up to probably 70, 80%. As I conclude, you know, we had views from a very large scale survey that was done, especially during COVID-19. And this crisis, you know, exposed, you know, the precarity of women in academia. Because, you know, you had to be at home, children, there's your work, you know, a whole range of challenges, you know. Even those that wanted to go to sabbatical, it wouldn't work. The teaching loads were, you know, there was this transition from face-to-face teaching to online, and others had to be brought up to speed, and so a myriad of challenges that were a burden. So we need to close that gap as fast as possible. And female, you know, academics were unanimous that, you know, unless there are concerted efforts to amplify, you know, these challenges, and something is done about it, you know, we will not make progress. So let's build the relationship of trust among ourselves. Let's put systems in place. We already some of them, but just to boost female leadership in the sciences and also in other leadership positions. Let's show commitment to women. We, as the executive of the University of Pretoria, I think we have a majority of women now. Well, we've been having them for a while. At some point, it was only me. So other people came in. So we deliberately, you know, take this seriously. And as a result, an establishment of the Women's Leadership Program for the university has been approved about a month or so ago, and we truly wait for the work to be done in collaboration with Albert Luthuli Leadership Institute and I.D.E.A.S, so that we can be able to feed that pipeline of leadership from women. I think the day is going to be long for all of us. As an academic, I can speak for a long time, and it's not worth it, because then you lose concentration. You start wondering, how did this fellow become an interim vice chancellor? So so you should know your limits. But I wish that the discussions today will actually steer us in the direction that should make us trailblazers, that should distinguish us from the rest, as we are in many other fields as a University of Pretoria. We don't make noise about it, but we know we do. And let us try and be innovative and advance the agenda for women from the University of Pretoria and the continent. We have quite remarkable women at this university in positions of leadership, and let us bring others up. Before I sit down, now you know this now, and I have to say, there are perceptions. Sometimes perceptions are as good as reality. That when some women are high up there, they find it very difficult to push other women or pull other women up. I don't know whether they want to be there by themselves, but that's, well, I've seen it. I didn't read it in a book. And I would ask, why are you doing that? You should be helping. I say, no. So let us try. When you reach that point, I know many of you are young, just have a different style and empower other women and bring them up. Because some of the experiences that we have suggest that once some reach the top, they don't actually wish for others to get there. But they will tell you they actually do. But the actions, are different from what should be happening. So let's have more and more women in leadership, in science, and we need them. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Prof, for your inspirational words on how the university is steering towards driving sustainable and equitable development, but also for just reminding us about the importance of creating room for more women in leadership roles. As you were speaking and saying that more women that are in senior positions don't want to create room, I was thinking of the saying that goes, to whom much is given, much is expected. So for women that are in leadership position, you have a responsibility to lift up those that are right behind you. I'll now call upon Professor Flavia Sengubeng to deliver the keynote address. Professor Flavia is a medical doctor by training, public health medicine specialist, and a global public health advocate. She's the acting Dean Vice Chancellor and Vice Chancellor, Student Life and Deputy Dean Stakeholder Relations at the Faculty of Health Science. She's also the immediate past president of Colleges of Medicine, South Africa. She's the current chair of World Health Organization, Afro-Region African Advisory Council on Research and Developments. concerned with advising the WHO Afro-regional directors on matters concerning health research and development in Africa. She's the president of Women in Global Health in South Africa, which is a global movement with chapters across the globe and is concerned with achieving gender equality within global health leadership. She's the vice president of the African Federation of Public Health Association, an organization concerned with advocating and promoting public health in Africa. She's the recipient of the prestigious late Kofi Annan Fellowship in Public Health Leadership, and also recently recognized by Harvard Public Health as one of the 25 standout voices in African public health. At the heart, she's a philanthropist and passionate about mentoring the next generation of leaders. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to welcome Professor Flavia Segubeng to share perspective on what it means to bring women forward for sustainable and equitable development.
Thank you very much, Program Director, Interim Vice Chancellor and Principal Prof. Themba Mosia, Prof. Loretta Ferris, Vice Principal Academic, Vice Principal Research, Innovation and Postgraduate Education, Prof. Sunil Maharaj, our deans, deputy deans, head of institutes at the university, student leadership, distinguished guests and colleagues who are here in the audience, and those who are joining us online, and I'll say in the typical South African fashion, all protocol observed to avoid being in trouble. As I open my talk, allow me to bring forward and speak the name of Dr. Maria Salomia Sklodowska-Curie, known as Maria Curie, a physicist, a chemist who was the first woman to win the Nobel Prize, the first person to win a Nobel Prize twice, and the only person to win a Nobel Prize in 2 scientific fields. In spite of all her achievements, she was never elected to the French Academy of Sciences because she was a woman. Allow me to bring forward and speak the name of Dr. May Carroll Jemison, an engineer, medical doctor, and former NASA astronaut who became the first African American to travel into space when she served as a mission specialist aboard the Space Shuttle Endeavour in 1992. She experienced racial and gender discrimination throughout her schooling and working career. Allow me to bring forward and speak the name of Prof. Wangari Muta Matai, a social, environmental, and political activist who founded the Green Belt movement, who many of you may know, aims to encounter devastation and deforestation. She was the first female professor in her home country of Kenya and was also the first African female recipient of the Nobel Peace Prize. She fought against and overcame social prejudice because of her gender. Allow me to speak the name of Dr. Charlotte Makgomo Maxeke, South Africa's first Black woman graduate. She obtained a BSc degree from Wilberforce University in Ohio and wrote extensively about women's rights, and later on, she co-founded the Bantu Women's League, and this was, of course, the first women's organization in South Africa, and this was in 1918. Let me speak the name of Prof. Fatima Mir, who was a political leader, an academic, a publisher, an author, a human rights gender activist, who worked tirelessly to improve race relations and promote justice, reconciliation, and was the first woman of color to be appointed a lecturer at a designated white South African university. Allow me, colleagues, to bring forward and speak the name of Dr. Phyllis Priscilla Nonqaza Dalala Jordan, who was born at Gubeni along the bends of the Nqabaga River, eTutywa, an intellectual, an author, an academic, an activist, who in her article that was published in the journal called Sichaba in 1984, she noted, "It is one of the ironies of history that the most pervasive and total oppression, the oppression of women, has been to a large extent neglected by scholars." And so, colleagues, today I'll open my remarks by bringing forward and speaking the names of our forebears, our mothers, our grandmothers, and our aunties, speaking their names proudly as their daughter, because you see, the names were spoken, but not too loudly. Theirs were the contributions brought forward, but not too prominently. And I believe that if we are going to innovate, demonstrate, elevate, advance, and sustain, we need to loudly, we need to boldly and unapologetically speak the names of our mothers and the names of our grandmothers, not only to learn, but to acknowledge, to recognize, and to boldly celebrate their paving of our way as we sit here today. So as we gather this morning for the 5th Women in Science Symposium, it really is a dialogue to showcase and to loudly celebrate women who have made an exceptional contribution to the field of science, but even more importantly, to lay the path for future generations of women scientists and scholars, and in so doing, bringing everyone forward for sustainable and equitable development in our field. Today, as I often do, I do want to acknowledge the words of inspiration from the great Reverend I.D.E.A.S, who was a 19th century composer, who was a South African, who is considered by many to be the first major modern intellectual, and he composed one of the best known Xhosa hymns called Lizalisa Idinga Lakho, which means fulfill your promise. This hymn speaks of the hope of making a difference in the world. So opening our conversation this morning today with the words of Reverend Soga is a reminder of the expectation, the responsibility, and the task required of us all globally, but more so in Africa and here at home as well. And that task is to fulfill our duty, our promise, our commitment to achieve and create sustainable and equitable development in the science field, leaving no one behind. In fact, it was the Brundtland Commission of 1987, and this was a commission that was held to really help direct nations of the world towards what sustainable development would be. And that commission identified sustainable development as development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. Therefore, so as to bring everyone forward for sustainable and equitable development, I really want to echo and say again, we must leave no one behind. In Africa, we have an age-old adage, and many of you may know it, because when it's translated in English, it says as follows: the calling of the elders is to bequeath two things to our children. The first one is roots, and the second one is wings. And so this adage really reminds us of the responsibility that lies with us as elders, as leaders, and as guides of our shared humanity. It is our duty to ensure that we not only prepare the roots for those who will come after us in order to keep them grounded, but also to provide them with wings, that they may reach heights greater than we could ever imagine. We have all often heard that if you educate a woman, you educate an entire home, you educate an entire community. So with science, innovation, and technology being at the heart of the current global and also national development agenda, it makes it even more important to have women in the field and to have young girls enrolled into the science field. In Sesotho, there is a saying that says, "Mosadi o tshwara thipa ka bokgalong." This means that a woman holds a knife at the sharp end. A woman holds the knife at the sharp end. And so considering the numerous challenges that women face globally in various areas, particularly during the scientific endeavor, this saying stands true for women who have stood firm and continue to stand firm in the face of challenges and be a North Star in the attainment of equity for women. I am reminded of the women in engineering who had to wear work boots which were not designed for them and were designed for men. Medical doctors whose personal protective equipment, even today, are designed for men. These women have held and they continue to hold the knife at the sharp end and forge paths forward to make it possible for us to be here today. Because of these women, thousands and thousands of other women have now entered the science field and are contributing daily to the betterment of not only our local society, but our global community. Women can now take their place and be counted as women scientists, even in the face of numerous challenges. In South Africa, we have come to a realization that it cannot be business as usual, that we need to be more determined than ever before and be bold enough in articulating that we need to involve women and girls in innovation, in demonstration, in elevation, advancement, and sustainability in the field of science. In so doing, the impact of bringing everyone has resulted in moving the needle forward, just a movement in the needle forward, where women scientists are now designing and creating various products from beauty industry to the automobile industry for other women, products made by women for women, and the impact has been enormous and profound. In addition, we realize that we need to build on the legacy and the foundation that has been laid by dynamic women of our various fields, because if we do not invest in nurturing of future leaders, as our interim Vice Chancellor has said, and change makers, we will create a future where all progress that has been made to date will be undone. We all need to commit and to recommit to invest in our various ways, however tiny they are, in the development of future generations and create safe spaces for these future generations to learn, to grow, and to contribute, and to be ready to receive the baton from those who've shown us the way. Most importantly, we need to ensure that we groom future leaders who are kind, who are generous, who are conscious, who are gracious. Leaders who have empathy and compassion and an innate knowledge that I am my sister's keeper. In knowing this, we need to learn to look out for one another. We need to learn to support each other. As colleagues, we need to learn that we are each other's keeper. And so to my colleagues, the women in science who are here today, and to those who are online, to our allies, our supporters, and to our many young girls who are here working towards a future in the sciences, let us sit and take our rightful place where we are guided by that magical spirit of Ubuntu, which means I am because we are. May we recommit to disrupting the status quo as a cornerstone of shifting the paradigm and building a new architecture for more inclusive and conducive systems and structures that will bring more women into our fraternity. It was Dr. J. Nozipho Mairire, who was a Zimbabwean doctor, and I've quoted her because Zimbabwe has just finished their elections. She was an entrepreneur, she was an author, and she said, until the lion learns how to write, history will glorify the hunter. To all the women here today, we are the lionesses that have learned to write. My hope is that we continue to write and tell our true, authentic story unapologetically. My hope is that we also write the untold stories of our mothers and grandmothers. My hope is that we write the stories of our allies and supporters. My hope is that we write and we never stop writing. And so, as I close, I shall loosely borrow from the script of Troy. Academics do watch movies. And I will say, if they ever tell our story as the women in science of today, let them say that we walked among giants. Men and women may rise and fall like winter wheat, but these names will never fade. Let them say we lived and walked amongst the amazing women in science who made an indelible impact and left an incredible mark. Let them say we led in times of tenacious and bold leaders of our fraternity who moved the needle, harnessed our collective humanity, shattered the glass ceilings, and set the world ablaze and created a history and a legacy that will never, ever be forgotten. I thank you.
Wow. Yeah. Yeah, another round of applause. Thank you so much, Professor Flavia. We are honored to have had the privilege of hearing from you. Your passion and knowledge have undoubtedly enriched our understanding of the remarkable strides being made by women in science. Thank you for being a guiding light and a source of inspiration for many. We look forward to the positive ripples of your words, the positive ripples your words will create in the scientific community and beyond. Yeah, I come as one, but I stand as 10,000. So usually we're not supposed to have a question and answer, but my boss said I could. So I'll have just two questions, one for Professor Masia. Prof, what would you say are the interventions that are in place to support succession planning of women and grooming them from early career to leadership positions at the university?
I think one of the things that I said is the establishment of our Women in Leadership program, which is led by our Vice Principal Academic. We also have numerous Women in Leadership programs among students. And I think these initiatives are actually targeted at, identifying, areas in which women can be uplifted to positions of leadership and influence. As part of our succession, we deliberately, look at the data and see how best we can be able to, in our appointment practices, give preference to suitably qualified and experienced women, but also those with potential to actually have opportunities for growth. Thank you.
All right, Professor Flavia, what has been your experience with the representation of women and girls in the public health sector, and what do you think are the catalyst interventions needed to ensure gender parity?
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm privileged to be playing in a space in public health medicine where we've had amazing allies and also very bold leaders who have recognized that it's not just about taking a woman and putting them in a position, but really creating an architecture that is quite conducive for their growth. So if I had to guess, one of the things which is glaring, of course, is that we've got this funneling that happens, that in the middle management, we have a number of public health professionals and public health specialists. But when you start getting to the top, it really narrows all the way. And I think that there are three things in my mind that need to happen. Number one is intentionality, that like Prof. Masia was saying, we can't just think that organically women will come from somewhere from middle management and then they will take up these leadership positions. And incidentally, one of the things that we realize is that even when that leadership position is there and a woman is in fact capable, they usually say, oh my goodness, I'm not sure if I'm going to be okay or if I'm going to survive. And so the second bit of it is creating this architecture that will ensure that women are not. I remember when I was elected as president of the Colleges of Medicine, and then a friend of mine bought me this present, and it was welcome to top leadership as a woman. And it was a picture of crocodiles in a river. And she's like, this is what you'll have to navigate. And I think that let's remove the crocodiles from the river and in fact, have women who have got, their space. choices. And I think the last thing, you certainly have to groom that next generation and support them. So our support should not look like, welcome, well done on being appointed, but we need to say, these are the areas where I can support you, and be intentional about having those coffees with the young women and having your phone open so that they will be able to get advice and guidance from you.
Wow. All right. Thank you so much, Prof. Masia and Prof. Flavor. We've come to the end of the opening session. We will be taking a short break of 15 minutes before we resume to continue with today's exciting program. So there are refreshments outside that will be served. You're welcome to stretch your legs. And yeah, thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, thank you. We have loud voices. Remember, we just heard we are lionesses. And thank you for the lions that joined us today. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed faculty and distinguished guests, it is an honor to stand here before you at this Women in Science event at Future Africa, University of Pretoria. I'm Rula Inglesi-Lotz. I come from the Department of Economics, from the I.D.E.A.S faculty, and I'm going to be your facilitator, the facilitator of this session this morning. As we gather to celebrate the remarkable achievements of women in various fields, it is crucial to also reflect on the challenges, and also the strides that must be taken to foster true gender equality. Now tell me, have you followed the BRICS summit engagements the last couple of weeks? Yes, you have. A few days ago, or I'm going to be lying if I say I remember which date it was, but the wife of our president invited the spouses of all the leaders and ambassadors to a lunch to discuss child development. What an amazing lunch that was, right? Amazing topic and engagement between these women. But I started thinking a little bit when I saw these pictures coming out, that while all of these women, I didn't see in the pictures any male spouse. That means that the table of the leaders at the BRICS summit was male-dominated, because all the spouses were women at the lunch. This image remains in my heart and in my mind as a reminder that our global leadership landscape is predominantly male-dominated. It underscores the urgency of elevating more women to influential and decision-making roles, and especially in a world that thrives on diverse perspectives, we must actively advocate for increased female representation in these crucial, pivotal positions and around the table. So back to the table. We women are trying to get our spot at the table. Our objective is not to displace men from their positions, but rather to ensure that women secure the rightful spots. We just need to push a little bit so that we also get a chair there. We don't want to take anybody out of that table. In the first Women in Science Symposium a few years ago here in Future Africa, I said something similar about the table in a discussion, and a young female entrepreneur responded to me, "Why even have a table?" And that was an amazing realization. Her words resonate with the idea that innovation and progress stem from questioning established norms. So let us be the inspiration of the new generation of women to seek out new avenues, redefine leadership paradigms, and forge uncharted paths. Last point I would like to make, as we commemorate Women's Month in South Africa, it is a moment both for reflection and aspiration. While it's heartening to celebrate the accomplishments of women, the ultimate goal is a society where gender equality is woven into the fabric of our everyday lives. And I'm sure, let's see if you agree with me, if given the choice, women would undoubtedly opt for a world characterized by daily parity rather than a mere month of recognition. In closing, as we look ahead, let us work collectively to create a world where every day is a celebration of the remarkable contributions of women in science and all walks of life. So with our session today, we will start and give the mic to Mr. Njabulo Sibeko, SRC President, to give his remarks on this session. Thank you very much.
Good morning to everyone, and I hope that everyone is doing well. My name is Njabulo Sibeko, final year LLB student, and I'm here to speak on women and girls as change agents for an equitable and sustainable future. It's quite difficult to speak of women as agents for change without mentioning how difficult it is for some groups to influence the culture and have any contribution towards an equitable future. I think in my first week at UP, in my sociology class with Prof. Alf, we learned about intersectionality and the different struggles that different groups of people experience, and that there's a hierarchy in respect of the struggles that people experience. This hierarchy sees white men and women at the top of the food chain and black men at the bottom, but black women stay on the very, very, very bottom of that food chain. Black women have been disadvantaged throughout history and have been expelled to the margins of society. It's only recently that we have begun to see black women being recognized as agents of change. And I say recognized because within our communities and the spaces that we exist in, they've been catalysts for creating a future for a lot of us, even in this room. So before we have any conversation about equity and a sustainable future, we first need to ensure that there's equity amongst the different groups of women and that people are actually playing the same game on the same field and in the same league. As it stands, there's groups of people that are currently playing basketball in the Motsepe League, while others are playing football in the Barclays Premier League. So our first priority is to ensure that groups living within the margins are pulled in closer to that, so that anyone that is stuck in the Motsepe League can be reabsorbed into the Barclays Premier League, where white women in particular have always been. The university space is a cool space to kickstart this reabsorbing process and to start these conversations. But it is not enough. Because we are here and we hear these messages because we're privileged enough to have access to this university space. And there's other people out there that are on the outskirts that are unable to achieve this kind of privilege. And progress made while others are stuck behind is barely progress made at all. Once we have ensured that we are in the same league, we must look at how we can ensure that our society's agents of change actually know that they're crux to the sustainable and an equitable future in our country. People that are not within our spaces must be our top priority. This includes people that are not as privileged enough to access the same resources that we can access. So we need to totally rethink how we approach and ensure that women and girls are aware of the fact that they are agents for change, especially the marginalized groups of people who are yet to see themselves as a contributory factor within a society that shuns them. We need to concentrate our efforts into developing communities. This can be done through the establishment of grassroots social movements that are directed at developing members of said communities and developing the community itself. These movements take into consideration the realities that the women in the communities are faced with, not because of any magic trick, but because those struggles are their daily bread. There are a ton of women who take it upon themselves to assist and develop our communities, and it is our responsibility to support them. A lot of the time we see soup kitchens that are being manned by women. We see safe havens for victims of gender-based violence being piloted by women. And we even see orphanages that are run by women. So there's no question about it. Women are change agents for an equitable and a sustainable future. They've always placed themselves in position where they're able to shape either one or many people's lives. This is literally an example of women taking it upon themselves to create the equity that we speak of so much. Creating a stronghold in communities allows us to be able to influence the mind of young girls and to ensure that they are able to understand and be knowledgeable of the fact that they are the agents for change and they have the agency within themselves in order to achieve this change. And reaffirming these young girls is a responsibility that we all need to take upon ourselves. I speak very highly of communities and directing our attention to them because we all form a part of a community. And they're an amazing catalyst for change, especially in the future of our country. Think of it as somewhat of a long-term investment into a girl child in order to mend the fabric of our broken society. The education aspect that is associated with grassroots organizations is incredibly important for us. It promotes agency within women and girls, and it's also important because it mobilizes individuals who are aware of their systemic challenges, and it ensures that their awareness of systemic challenges is also attached with action. A community that is aware of their struggles and is able to act on them is a force to be reckoned with because they can take it upon themselves to elevate themselves. In addition, these types of organizations have a tendency of being radical enough to call the government to action, just so that people on the ground do not become solely reliant on the grassroots organization or the assistance that happens in communities, but that people are actually calling the government into check and ensuring that they do their job. So in closing, I want to challenge all of you to make an investment. I want to challenge everyone to go back into their communities and give back. Assist those without and contribute your knowledge and expertise. Give it to a poor black girl who's at the center of class, race, and gender struggles. I also challenge the men in this venue to man up and ensure that the ground is fertile enough for women to take charge of this country. We must, within our own spaces, fight against the societal ills that plague women. We must expose anyone that perpetrates any kind of gender-based violence towards women in our country. The youth of South Africa must be influenced not merely through words, but through actions. If we fail to do this and we continue in this current trajectory that we're in as a country, the young girls we would have invested in when they were young will not make it to see the futures and the rewards that they're going to reap in the future because they won't be alive to enjoy these anymore. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next in our program, Ms. Orefemetse Mapanyane. She's the head girl at Taxport High School.
Thank you, Prof. The following are all true stories. When I was 8, my female friends started dropping out of their sport teams because they didn't want to appear masculine. At 14, my male friends were unable to express their feelings. At 16, unfortunately, my female cousin was assaulted by certain aspects of the media. You see, she's been silenced by helplessness. Hope, like a helium balloon, has slipped out of the palm of her hands. She is screaming internally for help. On May 26, 2016, all 28 players of the United States women's soccer team filed a gender discrimination lawsuit against the United States Soccer Federation, an escalation in their increasingly public battle for equality. The players have said that they play more games than the men's team, yet still receive less pay. Male athletes in basketball, in soccer, golf, baseball, tennis, you name it, make anywhere from 15% to 100% more than female athletes. In 2015, companies and individuals made some strides in tackling the wage gap, the rarity of paid leave, and professional sexism. You see, so many of our females are silenced. Breaking boundaries in sports science is about challenging the status quo. It is about looking new ways in improving performance and well-being. It is about thinking outside the box and pushing the limits of what is possible. It is about being bold and innovative and always striving for more, but it's also about being safe and ethical, because the health and well-being of female athletes is top priority. Finally, it is about more and more female athletes breaking boundaries and taking up space to become role models for the next generation. If you can keep your head when all about you are losing theirs, if you can trust yourself when all men doubt you, but make allowance for their doubting too. If you can wait and not be tired by waiting, if you don't look too good or talk too wise, if you can dream and not make dreams your master, if you can think and not make thought your aim, If you could meet up with triumph, disaster, and treat those two imposters just the same. If you can bear to hear the truth you've spoken, twisted by others to make a trap for you. If you can watch the sport that you've put your life to, broken. If you can make one heap of all your victories and risk it on one turn of pitch and toss and lose and start again at your beginnings and not breathe a word about your losses. If you can force your heart and mind and nerve to serve your turn long after you've lost, but still have the words that say, hold on. I'm urging you, women, to hold on. If you can talk with crowds and keep your virtue, or work with kings nor lose your common touch, if neither friends nor teammates nor other foes can hurt you, if all men can count with you, but none too much, if you can fill the unforgiving moment, if you can fill the unforgiving minute, the unforgiving 60 seconds with your confidence, woman, if you can stand up. Yours is the earth and everything that is in it. If I could choose in another life, I would still be woman, again and again and again, and I hope you too. Thank you.
I think we need a longer... and raise your hand if you have goosebumps, because it was, yeah, thank you. So we were taking selfies earlier, and we were teasing that when she gets the gold medal, we will post it up and say, yay, I made her. But I'm going to post it up today because I'm very proud of who she is. Thank you. Thank you. Next, Professor Loretta Ferris. She's currently the Vice Principal Academic at the University of Pretoria. Happy to hear.
So, yeah, as the youngest person on the panel, this is a hard act to follow, but I will tell you this. I did ask Orefemetse before we started whether she's coming to this university, and she did say yes. And I think after having listened to her, I can also predict that she will be the future SRC president. So good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to participate in this conference and also being part of this very unique panel. I really love the idea of sharing a stage with students and a potential student. I also want to congratulate the organizers on the apt and rather ingenious theme of this conference, I.D.E.A.S, which is really what we are all about at a university. We bring ideas to the table, we deliberate on it, especially at a conference, and we come up with new and innovative ideas that will advance society. So through these ideas, we push the boundaries of what is possible, but we also need to be able to base our ideas in evidence, and so that's the notion of demonstrating that our ideas are sound, that they're able of being implemented, and more so these days, that they're capable of making an impact on society. It should then elevate society. And finally, of course, the notion of sustainability. The strongest ideas are those that outlive us. Marie Curie's theory of radioactivity and the idea of splitting an atom, Grace Hopper, who invented the first computer, Josephine Cochrane, who I will always be grateful for because she is the woman who invented the dishwasher. Of course, it needed to be a woman that removed the drudgery from our lives. Marie van Britten-Brown, an African-American woman who filed the first patent for a household closed-circuit television security system. You see, as women, we concern ourselves about the things that matter to us, security being an important one. But I also want to use the concept of sustainability to bring us back to the call for sustainable development and the imperative that through our research, but also through our teaching and learning, we need to meet the goals of sustainability. The Sustainable Development Goals speaks to those things that matters to us in South Africa. Just to remind you, no poverty, zero hunger, good health and well-being, quality education, gender equality. Can I say it again? Gender equality. Clean water and sanitation, affordable and clean energy that actually stays on. decent worth and economic growth, industry, innovation and infrastructure, reduced inequalities, sustainable cities and communities, responsible consumption and production, climate action, life below water, life on land, peace, justice, and strong institutions and partnerships to attain these goals. These are the Sustainable Development Goals. And these goals are a reminder for us who live in South Africa that we live in a world where we need to attain these goals because we are in a society of deep-seated inequality and poverty. And in fact, we need to remind ourselves with these goals that the environment, and as a result, ourselves as human beings being interconnected to the environment, is under threat. And these threats are caused by the type of economic development we engage in, and that we also have to remind ourselves that we live and continue to live in a world of strife, war, and insecurity. And as universities, we've committed ourselves to the eradication of poverty, inequality, environmental destruction, corruption, and war. As universities, we develop research agendas that speaks to our commitments to meet the SDGs. We also commit ourselves to meet these goals through the teaching programs that we offer. Because as universities, our goal is to develop the next generation of scientists and leaders who need to continue to dedicate their lives, their research, their scholarships to people and planet. So let me focus more specifically on ideas in teaching and learning. And I'm looking at this in the context of the broader focus of the conference, and that is women in science. In essence, I asked myself, how do we do ideas in teaching and learning to contribute to a sustainable South Africa, Africa, and global society by focusing on women in science? And here's my premise. If we want to attain and meet the Sustainable Development Goals, we need to ensure that the ways and means in which we get there are transformative in nature. Diversity is key in this regard. And that's why we place a high premium on diversity at all levels at this university. For example, we're looking at diversity in terms of how we integrate different disciplines to address wicked challenges, such as climate change. So, for example, through multi-interdisciplinarity, we bring together and integrate geography, ecology, genomics, soil sciences, conservation biology, atmospheric and earth sciences, hydrology, health, environmental engineering, the paleo and social sciences, because we need to understand the impact on humans and how to regulate it. And so we add into the mix also law. But over and above multi and interdisciplinarity, we're also saying that transdisciplinarity is how we solve these challenges in the context of partnering as an academic institution with other organizations, such as grassroots communities, civil society, but also industry. So therefore, there is now a very clear understanding, for example, that in the area of conservation and food security, we need to delve much more deeper into traditional approaches, indigenous approaches and their technologies to enhance and advance our thinking and approaches within the academy. Of course, also over and above promoting transdisciplinarity in the research, we are also promoting it in teaching and learning. And so we've just run a survey on interdisciplinarity in teaching and learning and transdisciplinarity in teaching and learning, because we want to see what are we really doing in this area, but also do we have modules where we innovate in the classroom by integrating various disciplines? And how are we actually at this moment partnering with our external stakeholders to enhance and strengthen our teaching? We've also engaged in a project in which we are revisiting community engagement in our curriculum. In other words, the way in which we bring together the academy and external partners in enhancing our curriculum. So our approach to community engagement is that We understand that learning does not just happen in the classroom or behind a computer. We know and understand that if we want students to understand entrepreneurship, for example, they need to know how to do a market analysis and a business model, but they also need to understand the context of entrepreneurship in a society that is rife with inequality and where the majority of our people do not have access to the university. But yet, they still end up running a side business, a small business on the side of the road. So the Entrepreneurship Hub at Mamelodi campus is a wonderful example of how we deepen the curriculum through our community engagement, where students engage with community members who are running or planning to run a business. And so students begin to understand how to make sense about that business model in theory, but also in a very particular context, and the context where we have to address these goals or try to meet these goals of sustainability. But over and above disciplinary diversity, attaining the SDGs requires a diverse workforce. There is now an abundance of research that speaks to the strength of a diverse workforce. Diversity in the workplace, we know, can exist across many different variables: age, religion, cultural background, language, physical ability, sexuality, location, race, and yes, gender. Workplace diversity sparks innovation and creativity. A diverse workforce solves problems faster and are more adaptable to change. And these are just some of the advantages. But in the context of having multiplicity of wicked problems, such as climate change, such as poverty, we need innovation, agility, and creativity. And this is where a diverse team is really important. So when we look at diversity, and particularly a diversity with respect to gender, we need a workforce that is gender diverse, especially in the area of science and technology. So as a university, we need to ensure that we attract female students, and we need to ensure that they excel in what they do. And the reality is that we're actually doing a good job of that as a university. When I look at our statistics across the university, in many faculties, women are in the majority. Faculty of Health Sciences, for example, Faculty of Law is another example. And so women are more and more, they are accessing university at higher rates. They are also outperforming male students, to the point where we now have a study to try and understand why do we have this differential success rate, where regardless of gender or schooling background, women are outperforming male students. Of course, that's not the truth for everywhere on the continent, and we need to remember that we are part of this continent. So, for example, in Ghana, there's been a study to specifically focus on science, technology, engineering and math, and to understand why, in the Ghanaian context, males who still continue to succeed at a differential rate. They still outperform women. And this stands in opposition to what is happening in the developed world. And UP's trends is in line with the developed world. But as we see in other parts of Africa, that is not necessarily the same. And some of the findings of their research indicates that the persistence of male patriarchy and the persistence of a culture and a society where women are prevented from going into school means that women, when they do reach university, tend to underperform. The gender roles that a male patriarchal society ascribe to women follows them throughout their education. And so whilst they are studying, they're still required to do, for example, traditional gender roles and fulfill certain gender roles at home. So they have required to work to look after their siblings, and so their studies lag behind. But coming back to South Africa, so that we do have these positive trends in terms of who access and how women are performing. But where do women end up post-university? The Engineering Council of South Africa recently did an interesting study. They find that whilst we have over half of our undergraduate degrees in science, engineering, and technology awarded to women, we do not see a similar rate of women entering into the profession. According to their report, less than a quarter of candidate engineers, whose roles are equivalent to engineers in training, are women. And this representation only becomes more abysmal amongst professional engineers, the ones that actually then finally qualifies. Only 6% of professional engineers are women. So this shows that there is gender parity once women enter, where there's gender parity once women enter the academic environment. And they excel in the academic environment. But that gender parity drops substantially when they go out into the world of work. So I want to come back to our classrooms. What do we do in our classrooms other than educating women in the discipline? How do we innovate, elevate, and advance women to succeed in the world of work, to demonstrate their superiority in education, not just within the academy, but also outside of the academy, so that they can make a sustained impact? I think we need to do some work to better understand what are these barriers that persist outside of the classroom, so that we can actually support women whilst they are inside the classroom, to provide the kind of graduate attributes that will allow women to sustain their excellence once they leave the university. These are the kind of innovations that we need to focus on in teaching and learning, over and above the stuff that we have been doing, such as hybrid learning, blended learning, gamification, etc. They're important, but these graduate attributes, I would suggest, is equally important. And so we need to be much more intentional about how we brought, not just how we bring women into the institution, but how we support them once they also leave. In conclusion, let me return to the theme of elevate that is part of I.D.E.A.S. Now, synonyms for elevate include promote, uplift, and rise. And when we talk about women in science, we cannot but forget that our numbers remain small. And numbers are important because these numbers continue to remind us of how far we have come as women, but also about the strides we have yet to make. And so while through our contributions to our disciplinary fields, we endeavor to advance and elevate society, we also need to remember to elevate each other. And I think, Prof. Flavia, those were some of your remarks this morning as well. And so whenever I think of the concept of lift as you rise, I think of the late Bongani Mayosi, who I had the honor of working with at UCT. His legacy will always be his contributions to cardiology, not just in South Africa, but on the African continent, as he brought diverse teams together to conduct research on cardiovascular health for Africans by Africans. But I think his most lasting legacy is his dedication to mentoring women, to mentoring junior clinician scientists, and building research capacity in cardiovascular disease across this continent, focusing on women in particular. And so we must remind ourselves that it is our role and duty to elevate our younger sisters, but also our older sisters, and to never forget that I rise because you rise. And as we all rise, society will rise. Thank you.
Thank you. Definitely food for thought there. And I just want to say thank you to all of you. You didn't make me think of time for a second. Amazing panel speakers, all three of you. We have time now to open the discussion with the audience, so we can take questions. And when you take the mic, please introduce yourself, where you're from, and to whom you address your question. We have somebody there.
Thank you. My name is Kwena Khabi from Department of Research and Innovation. My question is to Mr. Sibeko. Understandably, I share your sentiments because I was also part of the SRC when I was doing my undergrad. So now I want to put it to you and check with you, what programs are you then running to help the female students in the university?
Yeah, I think so. You can start.
So essentially when we try and have our programs, like I had said, that a huge focus is the communities where the students that will come to UP are. And we've tried to influence policy in such a manner that we made it a requirement for all structures to go back into the society and contribute on what they can, regardless of what type of society or structure it is. So we're making it so that everyone can go outside and say, look, these are the programs that we have at UP, but also there's this type of student activity, there's these things that we do in the sense of going back to the community and going home. But in addition to that, we also have a program that's actually being run under my office it's titled Black Space, I guess you could say. It's a space where we discuss and sit amongst each other as young people and say, look, these are the issues on the table and what are we going to do with them? And one of the discussions that we had was in terms of gender-based violence and rape. And this was a discussion that was limited only to the men and was individuals that we sit with and we chill with in our respective settings, whether it's rares, whether it's, you know, when you're going out at clubs and stuff like that. And we sat everyone down and we said, look, there's an issue that's like this and it's a crisis within our entire country. What are we going to do as men and as men within the UP society and the UP community? And how can we stop this thing from perpetuating itself in the form that it does perpetuate itself, whether it's on the streets, whether it's within campuses, and to try and ensure that there's a safe space that women have within our campus and a space where they're also able to not feel isolated with the issues that they have, but they're also able to know that there's more than just me. There's a community of women that can support, but also a community of men as well. Because I think as men, we tend to isolate ourselves from the conversation, and all that we really do is we must educate, but that education needs to show itself in our day-to-day living and our practices.
Thank you. Actually, you answered one of my questions as well. We are asking the girls and the women to change and evolve and do things while we're keeping the boys and the men. Yeah. That will never work out.
Yeah, plus, I mean, women are the people that experience the struggles on a daily basis. There's no need to educate on this is what to do if something happens. Now women must do kung fu classes when men can just control themselves, you know. And that's the crux of the issue.
Thank you for that. Yes, we have a question.
Thank you very much. Mary Catherine Madeko Roswa from the Faculty of Veterinary Science. My question is to the young lady sitting over there. So you were saying that you're going to come, or you hope to come to the University of Pretoria as a student. So what is it about the University of Pretoria that would attract young ladies here? Can you give an advert for the university? What is it that makes this university number one?
Okay, thank you for the question. I aspire to be a student in the University of Pretoria, and this has been solely motivated by students in the University of Pretoria themselves being actively involved in making a change in the community. And I am drawn to the University of Pretoria because the students themselves, the student life also promotes the gender equality in itself. And they demonstrate that it is not impossible to strike a balance between sport, as I'm an athlete as well, and academics. Thank you.
I think that we can cut in a little video. Okay, there's a question here. Be careful when you say to the young lady up there, because I thought it was either to me or Prof. Ferris. Thank you.
Afternoon, everyone. I'm Imi Magwabeni. I'm a registrar, so I'm from the Health Sciences Faculty, Psychiatry. So this question is for Prof. Ferris. I am currently in sort of an academic setting, a teaching setting, and Prof. Musia said something. He said that mostly we as women get our confidence around mid-40s. So I am under 40 right now, and I want that confidence before that age. My challenge has been in the setting, women that have gone before us generally feel because it was hard for them, they end up sort of making it harder for us, believing that it brought about the skill, the character, you know, through that. So my question is, this thing of because I suffered, you need to suffer. How do we, in the classroom or in the teaching space, get rid of that? Because it breaks us down. And honestly speaking, some of us are very passionate about what we do, and we do want to make a difference. But if a fellow sort of sister is doing that to us, how do we sort of maneuver through that? Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. I think that's an excellent question. And first of course, I would say she's not a sister, right? Because for me, that's not what sisterhood is all about. But also, your starting comment was, when do women find their confidence? Hello. We have the demonstrable evidence right here. We don't have to wait until we're 40. But I think it's a very valid question that you ask. And I think that women, we have very specific role models, right? And those role models often come because we have a society that is dominated by men. And so when our role models are male leaders, we think that we need to emulate them in order to sort of be leaders. But I do think that every one of us that's a woman and that's a leader need to demonstrate a different kind of leadership. And leadership for me is you lead in the space that you are at any given time. And so when you are a lecturer in the classroom, that's your moment of leadership. And that's the moment where you emulate the kind of leader that you think women should be. But I also think that we need to actually talk about these issues in the classroom. And like I said, we need to begin to actually speak to the graduate attributes, strength, you know, in leadership as a woman, women empowerment, taking up the space in a context where we have to battle gender discrimination, where we have to battle unequal pay for equal work, where we have to battle the fact that we do not feel safe when we walk the streets. And we need to have those, we need to mainstream gender and gender equity in the classroom. And then finally, what we are doing at the university, and a number of other universities are also beginning to do that, is that we have intentional leadership programs to support women. So UP has just launched its program. And for us, it's not just about supporting women who are already in leadership, but also supporting emerging leaders, emerging scholars, students who are in their postgraduate studies in particular, for them to become strong leaders in their discipline, in the world of work, but also hopefully to retain some of them for academia and for them. And so that's really our opportunity to have these conversations, really honest conversations about how do we lead as women, and how do we continue to, as I say, you know, lift women as we rise, because that for me is sisterhood, not when we keep other women down.
Thank you, Professor. That was, thank you. I just want to follow up, I don't see many hands up yet. To follow up on this, how the balance, the fine line between a woman in a meeting room being aggressive or being perceived as aggressive is, or trying to hold her place. We all experience that in meeting environments. My personal example is I've arrived many times in meetings and they ask me, when is the professor coming? Which is a bit of a I don't know how to respond to this kind of things, because the more we let them go, the more we, first of all, we don't educate our male counterparts, but if we respond, then we are, you're emotional. So how do you deal with that?
You know, I think you find different strategies for different moments. Earlier this morning, we were in a fundraising capacity building workshop, and I used this example of many, many moons ago when I was first at UP, going to a fundraiser, going to a potential donor's house. Because first of all, we invited him here, and he said, well, you know, if you want my money, then you need to come and see me. So off we go to Cape Town. He was on a wine farm, and myself and my male counterpart. And I was ignored for the bulk of the conversation, even though I was actually running the program. And then finally, he turns to me and he says, young lady, so what do you do? And, you know, I was really thinking in that moment, so, you know, I wanted to say, and I know this is being live streamed, and this may be a moment in which I kill my career, but I thought to myself, you patriarchal old fart, you know, But of course I couldn't say that, right? And so in the moment I thought, okay, I'm doing this for the university, I'm doing this for the students, I'm going to just maintain my cool. And so you make these choices all the time, and men don't ever have to think about it, right? But we always need to think about, how do I navigate? When do I sort of indicate that actually, yes, I am going to raise my voice in order to be heard, because it seems that this is the only way that I'm going to be heard. Or sometimes I'm going to not, you know. And for me, it's about being your authentic self all the time. Because that's also, we need to be our authentic self, and men can do the change to fit in to the way that we lead.
Thank you for that. Excellent advice. We have a question there.
Hi. Oh, thank you very much to the speakers, Prof, everybody. At least I tried to be a gentleman. We brought the flowers for the ladies. Sure. Yeah. Oh, it's David by the name, maybe HSRC group work, States SA working group, and the other working groups. Oh, yeah, like, Prof, I think maybe I will echo the sentiments you shared earlier on about the BRICS issue. Yeah, when is the right time for us also to dial 911? I think for the ladies, yeah, especially when we are faced with the sketch of GBV, the greater beating violence or voice, like Trevor Noah used to echo. So yeah, my question is like, I want to ask now the Renaissance with this formation of BRICS. Now we like to ask now the vision of, I think also the earlier speaker, the first moderator was, I think I will echo her, like when she was alluding to the, where is education heading? I think the education is heading to the digital space. So now with this formation of BRICS, when we realize other countries like Saudi Arabia are still suppressing human rights, women's rights, especially in the social media platforms. Yeah, so do we think also us or the university is ready to tackle the challenge also of the evolution and modernity of education in a digital or maybe social media space and so forth? Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you. I think you touched so many issues there that we need 3 of these days to cover them. Prof. It's about university preparedness to enter this world where countries collaborate with each other, but not all have the same ethical values and cultural values.
Yeah, and politics makes for strange bedfellows. You know, one of the things that our role as a university is to actually, and of course we are, in theory, we are unencumbered by outside forces, in theory, right? I mean, we are still public spaces. But we should maintain our agency to actually voice our concerns about issues such as this. And university, these are the places where we can still criticize and we can engage in scholarly critique, but also social critique about these kinds of formations. I mean, there's many things to criticize about the recent meeting. You know, the absence of female leaders. So we're broadening the space and we're filling it with more men. We're broadening the space and we're filling it with a country who's known for its oppression of women. We're broadening the space and we bring in the oil companies when actually we're trying to the oil-rich countries and companies, when we're trying to address the very reasons why we are dealing with climate change. So as a university, and coming back to teaching and learning, one of the critical ways in which, yes, we are in a digital era, but I think it's so important that we also have our classroom spaces where we are still able to engage and debate and have those conversations, because those conversations are very critical. It allows you as a student to engage in critical thinking and to be able to have broader ideas and be able to, I guess, also deal with different ideas and ideas that are in dispute with you. So yeah, we should as universities be able to have these kinds of conversations.
Thank you. Is there a last question in the audience? Well, I'll take two. It's fine. Please.
Okay. Thank you. Is it on?
Yeah.
Thank you very much for the interesting presentations. My name is A.B. Matuba from the Research Office. This is mainly to Prof. Ferris. In your portfolio, Prof, how do you, okay, let me start it this way. In the professional support departments, there are those women that are, yes, doing the work at the support staff departments, but most of them or most of us are doing activities that we were not trained for in terms of our educational background. There are people with master's degrees that are maybe keen to become academics. Is there any initiative in your portfolio that you encouraging those professional staffs, especially women, to enter into the STEM, more to be encouraged to acquire their PhDs and to be both support and academics? I'm saying this because this can fit very well into and contribute to the issue of increasing the number of PhDs, your publications, if you can allow such dual appointments between somebody being academic staff and support staff. And it will also contribute to the National Development Plan in terms of producing more PhDs. Thanks.
Thank you. Let's get to the last question as well, and then we will close up.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Mine is not a question, it's a comment. I think a friend of mine once said that the hardest thing to do as a human being, especially as a woman, is to believe in yourself. So if you can start from there, the sky is not the limit. We need to have that in our consciousness that you are here for a reason and you have something to offer and your voice matters. Even if you go to someone, Prof, you know, of that caliber who looks at you and think otherwise, and you want to burst out with many not so kosher words, but if you know why you are there and what you want to accomplish, you can do anything. And I think the other thing as well, knowing that you are unique. What I have, someone else does not have. So if I don't show up, then it means that my contribution to society will not be known, or and there's a saying as well. You say, make a space at the table. I agree. Why have a table in the first place? And if there is a table and someone does not want me at that table, I bring my own table, finish and clear. So I think it starts with me, that I am in within. If I don't believe in myself and believe that I have something to offer to society, no one else will come and get that thing out of me. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to ask Proferis to answer to the question and then give final thoughts, and then 10 seconds so that we finish.
Okay.
Thank you.
So a very quick answer. There are two ways. The one is that the university offer all of our staff an opportunity to continue to study and support that, continuous studies in different ways. And then in a number of departments now, we have looked at affiliating staff to faculties. So for example, in education innovation, some of our staff would then be affiliated to I.D.E.A.S or affiliated to education. And that's a way in sort of doing that. So we're definitely already doing all of this. So yes, in conclusion, I maybe want to connect to the point that you make, because I think it's a very important point. And as much as I don't think we gain our confidence at 40. I do think that we tend to be less, at least overtly, we tend to be less overt about the confidence that we do actually have. And that's something that we continue to need to work on as leaders. And I'm not shy to say and to confess in public that I have always ensured that throughout my leadership journey that I work with a coach and a mentor. And it doesn't mean that I'm less of a leader by admitting to the fact that I can continue to learn through others. And that's part of being an authentic leader, is to say I open myself to new experiences and allow myself to be taught all the time, because leadership is a continuous journey.
Thank you very much.
Prof only gave me 10 seconds.
I'm not going to look at the watch, I promise.
Okay. So I just wanted to give a final comment to my ladies, to give out your ideas into spaces where it actually matters, to take up space and to show up every time. You don't gain your confidence after 40, and I think I am a very perfect picture of that. You can gain it now. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think the gist of my message, I guess, would be to the men, get your house in order. Ensure that we live in a world where women don't have to feel as though there's a threat when they walk down the road, It's our responsibility to talk to our friends. It's our responsibility to talk to our family members, because Justice Sisi Kampepe wrote a beautiful judgment where she said, it's not this ugly monster that rapes, and sexually assaults. It's individuals that we spend time with. It's our family members. It's our colleagues. It's people that we meet on a daily basis, and we should continue to remember that there's no criteria for being a perpetrator for gender-based violence, but it's our responsibility to ensure that even that person you trust and say, they'll never do this, you speak to them and have the conversation and say, don't ever do this, and yeah, it's our job to make sure that South Africa becomes a better place.
We're all in that together.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Let's give them a big round of applause. Thank you very much. Right, thank you. Okay, so I'm informed there is a break. But the boss does not say how much time for the break. So have a break, and then you'll hear the boss saying, "Come inside now, it's the end of the break." So enjoy the break.
Good afternoon. It's good to see that the room is full because we are in what we call the graveyard session. But I do have some good news for you. By the way, my name is Ntebogang Mokgalaka-Fleischman, and I would like to welcome you to this graveyard session. We have some good news for you that we are going to merge session 2 and session 3. So that means that we will end a little bit earlier, have time to network and catch up and do all the things that women do when we all come together. And on our program, there's also a minor change. Dr. Heide Heckman could not make it, so we've decided also to match and bring Ms. Fungwa up, and she will be opening our session. We also have Ms. Anwani Nekumbe and also Dr. Sayuri Pillay. So as I was preparing for, for this session, I was asking myself, what should I say? Last year, I talked at a Women's Month event and several, Women's Day celebrations, Women in Science celebration. But there's something that really struck me, that, in South Africa, really we have come a long way, since the historic Women's Month of 1956 event. However, we still have much more to do, to ensure that women have fair and equal rights and opportunities. And we can never talk about women's socioeconomic emancipation if we do not address access to quality education. And one of the speakers is going to be talking to us about, the perspectives of women in the developing, women in science in the developing world, and also addressing the skewedness in the enrollments, especially in the STEM programs, which are still mainly characterized by a very stereotypical course selection. And I read a report which was co-authored by the Times Higher Education and UNESCO. And that got me a little bit worried because it indicates that African universities have the highest percentage of women science graduates in the world. But Africa still lags behind in other gender equality areas, such as provision for gender policies in universities, provision of scholarships, and gender parity in most of the disciplines. And I could not help but wonder, where are these women going if we are registering them in higher numbers compared to everybody else in the world? And also I was worried that even though we do have about 47% of women graduates in STEM, we still see a very huge shortage of women representation in disciplines such as engineering, data science, computer science, and similar careers. And also, only 24% of academic staff and 2.5% of vice chancellors are African women. So that is very much concerning. And, numbers don't lie. Globally, we know that women account for more in the population. However, we only account for 33% of researchers in the research workforce. So yes, some disciplines have, like life sciences, they have, in some countries, achieved gender parity, but yeah, we still remain a minority in STEM and in innovation. So I'd like to believe that this conversation about the participation of women in science is still relevant and it is urgent, because if we are to meet the SDG goals, if we are to meet the objectives of the Africa Agenda 2063 and the National Development Plan 2023 goals, participation of women in science is necessary to develop the critical mass of African scientists to solve African problems. We need a strengthened science agenda, which includes women's voices and perspectives and contributions to scientific work, so that we can boost Africa's GDP and also increase productivity and social impact. So with those opening words, I would like to welcome Fungwa Nyamukuchi from the Conversation Africa.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. I am soft-spoken. Can you hear me? Ah, great. I've got a presentation. Yeah, I should start by saying all protocols observed. And I'm honored to be here. I'm delighted to be here. So thank you to the organizers for the invitation. It's always nice to be part of things, and importantly, being part of distinguished women, groundbreaking women scientists, smart women, doing incredible research, incredible work in our societies. So colleagues, in terms of my presentation today, I've titled it SciComm, Research Communication for Societal Impact. It speaks to the work that we do as the Conversation Africa. And I think in terms of the themes, what we really speak to is the demonstrate part. But it's not demonstrating for demonstration's sake. We hope that it actually then, also does elevate you as scientists, because you must be. And then it also does advance our societies, and help us to achieve these sustainable development goals, but really in simpler words, improve our societies. I'm Zimbabwean. I grew up in a township and a village in Zim. So I carry all of those people wherever I go. And I think in all my knowing, in all my being, in all my traveling, I always honor where I come from. But really to say in all our research, in all our intelligence here, that eventually I think we should go back and give back. So that's what my talk is going to be about. Just through the lens of the work that I do for the Conversation. So for the benefit of those who may not know who we are, the Conversation is a media nonprofit. We publish a news site. I hope many of you are familiar. Okay, great. I don't have to do too much marketing. But we publish an independent source of news, analysis, and expert opinion. We look like a Mail and Guardian, look like a News 24. But guess what? What makes us unique is who can publish with the Conversation. And guess who that is? It is you, people in the room. Okay, we try to make news out of what comes out of academia. So to be published on the Conversation, there are 3 criteria. One is that you are a postdoc who is attached and affiliated to a university, or you are affiliated to a research council, and you write about your research, you write about the work that you do in a non-academic way, in a really informing way, in an evidence-based way, right? So that's postdocs. And then number 2 is academics. So if you've been teaching at a university for 5 years and longer, you too, we consider an expert who deserves a platform like the Conversation to write about these subjects that you teach on a daily basis. And then number 3 is that you are a PhD candidate. If you're far advanced in your PhD studies, you can write again in your area of expertise. And the why you are publishing with the Conversation is not to reach other academics or other scientists. You do that in your journals. You do that at your conferences, your scientific conferences that you go to. What we try to do as the Conversation is to say, how do we mainstream these insights that you hold as academics, as scientists, and we put that into the public domain in an easy fashion. And by easy, I mean easy language. So the science you do, the science we do is not often complex, but the languaging of it doesn't have to be complex. My grandmother, my aunts in the village should be able to know what I do equally for you as well. So that's what we do as the conversation. We really mainstream the voices of scientists and give you a share of voice in the media, right? So our motto is academic rigor, meeting journalistic flair. So it's combining our expertise, which is really in your journalistic field, and you come with the rigor as the scientist and say, hey, this is the evidence on the ground, this is what we know, and we just work together collaboratively. But you lead because you are the expert and you give final approval on anything that we put out there. So those of you who are not reading the conversation, I encourage you to read us. I think we do a fine job. But obviously, I should say, my presentation is also an invitation to those in the room who qualify to write and be published on the conversation. I'm here for you. I've been tasked to improve our numbers on the number of women scientists that we're profiling. So please say yes to my presentation, sorry, to my invitation. So just to give a bit of a report back, which is important because I think a lot of times people are like, oh, what is this outfit called the conversation and why should I, waste my time and, to write and publish with you? I think the slide in particular really speaks to the impact of what we have done over the 8 years that we've been around. I have been at the conversation for 7 years. When I started off, I always say I called my job to myself because I was studying bibliometrics and doing data analytics on what comes out of universities, but on the scientific side, on the citation side and things like that. And then one of my modules was science communication, and it really grabbed me, and I was really interested in this because yes, we must count the journal papers and citations published in international journals, etc. But for me, a passion of mine is that we are visible in our communities and that our scholarships, our scholarship and our knowledge starts to work and really impact and inform decisions in our very societies where we work. So since we launched, over 6,600 academics have seen the vision of what we want to do. So if you're a nonprofit, when you're starting out, you're kind of testing your concept, right? You're trying to say, will academics write and write for free? Will they be, open to this thing that we're trying to do? Because at the time it really was kind of new. You've always had your popular scientists, that we know in our radios and television and that, but we really wanted to do this thing on a big scale. So they've seen the vision of what we want to do and they've come on board together. Nearly now 10,000 articles that we've published on the conversation. Again, because we are writing for a non-scientific audience, our outputs or our articles are quite short, 800 to 1,000 words. You're really trying to say the main thing that you want to say, right? And again, you can write again and again for the conversation and contribute. So largely, we were a written platform. But we've since diversified how we package what comes out of universities, and we've got a podcast that's garnered nearly 250,000 listeners so far, where we interview you and you speak with your outside voice and you talk just normally, right, around whatever theme or topic that you want to shed light on. And then the numbers at the top are just our readership on a monthly basis. As a small nonprofit, we're now attracting over 600,000 unique readers that are coming to read your articles. Again, it's really to encourage you to say there's an audience out there, your tribe, we're a digital platform, your tribe will find you. And by tribe, I just mean those who need your insights and who want to know about, what you are doing. So 600,000 unique users so far. But when you publish with the conversation, you publish under a Creative Commons license. And for us, Creative Commons is also very much a part of our model, a part of what we're trying to do, which is to amplify and spread your messages as far as possible. So through Creative Commons, other media get to republish your work as well. And through through republishers, we've got 1.5 million readers that engage with the articles and the podcast and the content that we put out there. So colleagues, just to reiterate again that your target audience that is reading the conversation is not your academic audience. It is the general public out there, but we're trying to now get a bit more insights into who are there, and 23% are academics, so other academics are coming on the site and obviously reading each other, which is wonderful, but 77% are non-academic readers, and they work in government and policy, which is great. Government and policy, what do they call it, science, evidence-based policy making is something that we're working on as a conversation as well, right? And we do dialogues. In addition to the platform and the news site, we also do science policy dialogues where we bring together scientists on a particular topic together with government to engage on that. And then 7% are teachers and in education, which is great. 7.4 are in NGOs and media. Really, I think, our mission to share knowledge and to inform decisions is slowly really coming together. So these are some of our media republishers that republish us. 95% of our articles and content are reused by at least 2 other media republishers. I think the slide just speaks to the quality of the work we are putting out, that it's quality work. And also that there's the quality aspect, but there's also a relevance aspect to the site. Yes, we write about research. New research is newsy already. But what we try to do is really to get you to talk about your work when it's needed. If there is a cholera outbreak here in Pretoria, if you study water from a sanitation perspective or from a health perspective, talk about it, because that's when your intelligence, your insights, your knowledge is needed by society. So really just to say, publishing with us, you can end up finding your articles in these platforms as well. But we really are a safe space created and dedicated to putting the work of academics into the mainstream. A bit of a report back on the University of Pretoria. So far, a partner, I think, of ours that we value. Since we launched in 2015, UP, Prof. Delare at the time, Prof. Coupe, and others, and I think I should mention them now. Dr. Nonkwelo, and I shouldn't forget everybody else that I really work with to make this partnership that we have with the University of Pretoria come alive. Tembi, sorry, I should mention you, Enriquez. You're always flying high for us. Even this invitation today was because of you, so thank you so much. Dr. Rakeshni, I love you. And then also Abe and Nico. We do science communication workshops, so for those of you who are interested in improving your skills around this, of course, I'm a PhD candidate now here with the University of Pretoria. We are taught the scientific way, isn't it? And the scientific way makes sense because we are authenticating your methodology, how you identified your problem and things like that. So that's you must do. You must always do that. But the science communication way, which is demystifying the language of science, is a skill that you can get better and better at. So for that, it's Nico and Abe who arranged those for me. So thank you so much. But really just to say, UP has been a supporter of the work we do. We equally just really appreciative to nearly 300 academics from UP have published 644 articles so far that have garnered well over 12 million reads digitally. So again, to say your work matters, your work is important, right? And we're here to partner with you on these journeys. I thought I should also just acknowledge some of the women scientists at UP who see the vision of what we do and come on board. And the one I'm presenting on this particular slide is Prof. Wanda Makota. She's a research chair that's already notable all on its own. Here at the University of Pretoria, and she is a professor of viral, and she has been published, she has published 4 articles with us, has been well read across the world, and her statistics are there on the slide for you to read. Nearly 800,000 readers have engaged with her work. It went on to be translated as well. So we are here, and we're here for you. I also wanted to highlight Prof. Mariki Fenter. She has written 6 articles with the conversation, and her reach globally is demonstrated on the slide as well. Elizabeth Mkandawire is someone I've recently been working with FSNet Africa, and they do research around food security and nutrition, and beautiful research that they're doing, a women-led project. I love that about them. Also very transdisciplinary, their research group. We had training with them a month ago. Stunning work. I love that, it's young women leading this project, and it's really, really amazing. So good. And then I also wanted to, flag Prof. Wingfield, 14 articles that she has published with us. Colleagues, you can read these articles all on your own. It's just to say, read us. Students in the room, our site is a rich reservoir for you to just learn and to know things. But for scientists in the room, we want to partner with you on your science communication journeys. Dean Chitiga Mabugu, 5 articles that she's published in economics. Really, I've tried to get women scientists from across fields, because we cover everything. Science is not just viruses and stuff. Arts and humanities are well covered on our site. Those in economic and management sciences like Prof. We cover everything. Any knowledge domain is a science. It's how we know what we know for sure, isn't it? So yeah, I wanted to also just say, it's not just communicating for communication's sake. What we've started to do as a conversation is to do what we call a author survey, where we ask our authors, beyond being read and seeing your articles republished everywhere and all that, what else has happened as a result of your publications with the conversation. So yes, some will say I discussed it. 58% of the respondents in May, which was our last survey, saying it opened up discussions with friends and colleagues and the general public. 63% saying they went on to be interviewed on radio to engage on that particular topic that they would have written about. Others are invited to speak at conferences, be they scientific conferences or societal conferences. That visibility is important and can go on to ignite other discussions that are really important. I wanted again to highlight 7% that have been invited by business and industry to consult, again, around this area of demonstrating who we are and the things we know, and it's important. And then 12% saying it led to them being contacted by government and policymakers to input into discussions that are happening there. Important work as well. And then some are contacted for research collaboration, which is other researchers finding you and saying, I'm doing similar in Nigeria or in Zimbabwe, let's work together. So this visibility is not just for visibility's sake. For us as the conversation, it must be rooted in science, quality science. We'll leave you scientists to peer review and make sure it's good, but it's really for this wider impact that we want. So really, I think as I close, I just have 2 other slides to say, there are many ways to innovate, but my talk is really mostly on how to demonstrate. The conversation is a good starting point for you, but there are many others, right? I've already spoken about Elizabeth and the Arua Center in Sustainable Food Systems, that it's women-led, it's Pan-African, so it's researchers across the continent grappling with food security issues, but again, following this transdisciplinary approach that I think is quite transformative as well. So it's not just us as scientists saying, oh, I know what I'm talking about, so listen to me. It's working with our communities and farmers and things like that that I find quite exciting. Prof. Pumla is not from here, but I love her, so I'm going to mention her. Only to say that, scientists, groundbreaking in many ways. For me, I mentioned her because I knew her just as an author, you know what I mean? But it's when you start to use your scholarship in that way that it helps a Black woman explain her life, right? And that it's important. And then also to, give accolades where they are due, which is Prof. Nyokong. She was a L'Oreal UNESCO awardee for women in science. Just being in those spaces also does absolutely inspire us to also think I can do it, right? And doing amazing work in cancer and cancer treatment, and the rest there, Prof. Abdul Karim. Really just to say, when we go at these platforms of the United Nations as women from Africa, you inspire us, and that's also really how you advance, just by being you. All right, so my concluding points, some of these statistics have been read by others, which is that globally women make only 33% of scientists. All right, so we still have a long way to go. We have progress, but there's still a lot to do. Women make only 4% of all Nobel prizes that have been awarded so far. Really, we have a long way to go. But the one I wanted to focus on, and it ties into my talk today, is around visibility. And it's a study that Dr. Marina Joubert did, where she studied the most visible scientists in South Africa. And this is visibility, whether it's in journals and publicly, which is the space that is the conversation we're in. But what she found is this, and I'm quoting her: although only 8% of South Africans are white, nearly 80% of the country's visible scientists are white, and 63% of this group are men. Black women made up only 8% of the most visible scientists of the group that she analyzed. So I'm inviting you. We need you, okay? For me, which is my fourth bullet there, is to say, if you're a woman scientist right now, for me, you are already groundbreaking, and the work that you're doing is important. And so, of course, today we celebrate you, and that really you inspire many just by being you and doing you. And there's the conversation. We want to be part of your journey. We are here. We want to increase the visibility and amplify the voices of scientists. So please partner with us. We want to work with you. And really just my final point, which is, yes, there's impact in citations and journals, important for the scientific side, but really visibility in our communities is just not to be famous. It's actually to say your knowledge can change lives. So yeah, that's my offering today, and thank you so much.
Thank you, Fungwa. I think we are all convinced. Where do we sign up? Our next speaker is Ms. Anwani Nokumbe, who is a PhD student.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Good afternoon, colleagues and distinguished guests, all protocol observed. I would just like to extend my thank you, my gratitude to the organizers for putting together such a wonderful program that is centered on women in science. I am a woman in science, and I am very grateful for such a platform. My name is Anwani Nekumbe. I am a PhD candidate in public health. My interest in public health was sparked by my position as a research coordinator at the Faculty of Health Sciences right here at the University of Pretoria. So I worked a lot on a research visibility and impact project that was launched by the Department of Library Services, which has led to my interest on open science, particularly in our higher education institutions. Today, I will be speaking on the above-mentioned title or topic, Shaping the Africa We Want, the demands for doctoral studies to align to open science practices. I will be sharing briefly also on my on open science in Africa, as well as the significance of my research focus for my PhD. Okay. To define open science, the United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization, UNESCO, defines open science as scientific knowledge that is openly available, accessible, and reusable for everyone which increases scientific collaboration and sharing of information for the benefit of science and society. The core values of open science are quality and integrity, collective benefit, equity and fairness, diversity and inclusiveness. Open science practice thus promotes the openness, reliability, and reproducibility of research. This can be seen, for instance, with open data sharing and open access journals. These practices prevent research bias and they improve the visibility and impact of research. Africa is home to over 1.4 billion people, taking up just over 17% of the global population. However, it carries 25% of the global disease burden, while only contributing 2% of the global research output. Research shows limited awareness on open science within Africa as a whole. The adoption of open science in Africa is relatively new. In South Africa, the open science term emerged in the mid-1990s. Its concept is still not widely understood within the South African South African open science policy only still in its draft phase as of 2022. Countries such as Botswana, Kenya, Madagascar, Mauritius, and Uganda are also progressing towards developing open science policies. Ethiopia being the first country in Africa with a national open access policy framework. Africa produces research that is meant to improve the current state of the African continent, achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. Without efficient open science practices, a lot of research is kept behind paywalls, and limiting access to such important information results in less visibility and impact of research for the African society. What is Africa doing about this? Organizations and institutions in Africa have been hard at work advocating for the uptake of open science within Africa. Africa is unique in the science it produces, wherein society-specific priorities should be addressed. The African Open Science Platform aims to advocate and advance open science in and for Africa by providing a support system wherein African scientists can share and reuse data to promote and enhance their scientific activities. My research focus for my PhD is exploring the barriers and enablers to the implementation of open science practices for public health researchers in South African higher education institutions. My PhD is supervised by Prof. Debani Mashamba Thompson, Dr. Rakeshni Ramuta Prishal, and Dr. Witness Mapanga. The advent of the COVID-19 pandemic brought to the fore the contribution of open science, particularly in public health. One of the open science practices that was instrumental during the early stages of COVID-19 was the rapid sharing and availability of data within and outside of the scientific community. The World Health Organization and UNESCO have made efforts to improve accessibility of scientific evidence to stakeholders, including the public. The WHO Guide for Evidence-Informed Decision-Making encourages better use of resources and capacities through evidence creation and evidence application. UNESCO adopted its recommendation on open science in 2021, providing an international framework for open science policy and practice. UNESCO suggests that open science can bridge the gap between science, technology, and innovation between countries to improve the accessibility of science. Open science contributes positively to the visibility and impact of research by promoting the individual researcher and their affiliate institutions, as well as the funders of the research. Research visibility and impact promotes knowledge sharing, replication of research in other contexts, encourages researchers to improve the quality of the research they produce, and citations are able to improve the global ranking assessment of institutions. Research visibility is crucial for maintaining the health evidence ecosystem, ensuring that health research results are translated into policy and practice to improve public health. The role of the health evidence ecosystem in public health is to ensure that health evidence flows from producers to implementers to ensure desirable outcomes. Open science systems enable efficient management of the flow of evidence. The evidence is produced, it is published, synthesized, and disseminated openly and securely. Unfortunately, research shows that about 75% of the world's impactful research is buried behind paywalls. Open access as a branch of open science aims to bridge this gap. Open access literature is digital, it's online, it's free of charge, and free of most copyright and licensing restrictions. Unfortunately, open access publishing comes at a cost with expensive article processing charges. This introduces some of the barriers to the uptake of open science, especially in Africa. My research problem is centered around the poor implementation of open science practices in public health. And the root causes thereof are the lack of knowledge surrounding open science, resistance to open science due to criticism, lack of policy and implementation strategies, poor data sharing practices, and the consequences thereof are the poor dissemination of information which leads to public misinformation on health issues, a stagnant health system which leads to poor healthcare services, poorly informed policies, and poor collaboration within the global health system. The aim of my study is twofold. Firstly, to explore how open science practices are implemented and adopted by public health researchers in South African higher education institutions. And secondly, to identify barriers and enablers with a focus on developing an evidence-based framework for improving the implementation of open science practices by public health researchers within South African higher education institutions. Currently, I am conducting a scoping review to map evidence on the challenges and opportunities of open science in public health. The results of this scoping review will help identify gaps that need to be addressed in the study. The study is mainly focused on health sciences, but going forward, I do hope to see a lot more other fields joining the same route. The results of this study will guide future research on open science in its many forms and provide useful information that can be used as a guide in policy development. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Anwani. I'm reminded of a recent pandemic that we just came out of COVID, and how research on COVID was very hard to come by. You know, it was all locked up in Europe. You needed to pay. So I really do like this approach of how do we unlock information for Africa. And next on our program is Dr. Sayuri Pillay. She's an associate lecturer at Wits University and also affiliated to I.D.E.A.S.
Thank you so much, Prof. Oh, there you go. Okay, good afternoon, esteemed colleagues. So I'm Dr. Sayuri Pillay. I'm going to be talking very briefly about my perspectives on women in science in the developing world. The thing about going last is that everyone's already said everything that you want to say. So it's really just a recap then of everything that's been said, and I hope it helps to reiterate the important points that people have been talking about since this morning. So just a little bit about myself. I'm a public health medicine registrar and associate lecturer at Wits University, as well as an organization for women in science for the developing world, South African National Chapter executive member. I also did my undergrad here in Pretoria University, so it is very good to be back. So, women in science. I thought let's start by breaking it down, focusing on women in science first. Women have been making incredible discoveries and huge contributions to the STEM fields since the time of ancient civilizations. So from the time of ancient Egypt and Greece to the medieval ages, and all through the years up until the 21st century, women have been involved in developing the sciences, but it has not been an easy road, as described by some of the speakers before me. In the early 20th century, as we heard before, Marie Curie was the first woman to win a Nobel Prize and the first to win twice for physics and chemistry, respectively. But between 1901 and 2022, a time span of over 120 years, only 24 women have been awarded the Nobel Prize in the fields of physics, chemistry, physiology, or medicine, and only around 3 of those are from developing countries. But even with the difficulties faced by women in science, they continued to persevere and discover or co-discover so much of what we know and use today. HIV, co-discovered by a woman. DNA structure, the double helix structure. Rosalind Franklin made significant contributions to this discovery, but was not given the recognition that she deserved. Earth's inner core, being a solid mass, was discovered by a female seismologist. APGAR scores, which we use every day. The dishwasher, see, great minds think alike. Polonium and radium, all scientific discoveries that's in use every day, all made and invented or discovered by women. And trust me, there's so much more. I wish I could take you through it all. But from space travel to climate change to medicine, mathematical theorems, psychology, women literally do it all. So why this focus then on women in science in the developing world? Well, simply put, it's because historically, there's even less of a focus on women in science in the developing world and the work that they do compared to women in science in general. So in the 1970s and 1980s, that's when women's work was starting to get recognized and published, but it was mainly women from Europe and North America. This meant that women of color and women outside of these regions weren't getting the recognition, publications, or any funding opportunities that they deserved. You can imagine that this was extremely detrimental to them pursuing their academic careers, because with whatever time, energy, money that they had, they put it into their families and their home lives, not into their academic careers. Also, only having women from Europe and North America getting published, it set the precedent for what the quintessential woman in science looked like, and a lot of women from developing countries didn't fit this image. So this all fueled the creation of the Kovalevskaya Fund in 1985, and the Organization for Women in Science for the Developing World, or I.D.E.A.S, in 1993, both created to bring more attention to women in science from marginalized communities. But not only were women in science from the developing world affected by the lack of recognition that came with the lack of opportunities and a lack of funding, they also had to deal with what all women in STEM, or all women who want to be in STEM, have to deal with, and that's gender inequality. Again, something that we've spoken about thoroughly today. Gender gaps in STEM education, STEM jobs, and research highlight the apparent inequality that women face. So this figure shows a study that was done by UNESCO from 2014 to 2016, and it highlights that female students represented only 30% of all students enrolled in STEM-related fields in higher education globally. When taking a look at jobs, according to the Global Gender Gap Report from 2015 to 2023, women make up almost half of total employment across non-STEM occupations, as seen by the light green line, but only 29% of women work in STEM fields. And when we focus on research, the statistics from 2008 to 2014 show a dismal picture, with women in STEM research decreasing from around 55 to 30%. And we've heard today, recently, that studies done have shown that this has only increased in the past 9 years to 33%, showing that the gender gap is widening amongst researchers globally over the years. But why are these figures so low? While there are many complex reasons that influence women's participation, achievement, and progression in STEM studies and careers, reasons that heavily and particularly affect women from developing countries. This diagram from UNESCO attempts to understand some of these reasons and how they might interact using a determinants of health model. At an individual level, which is in the middle, it considers biological factors that may influence an individual's abilities, their skills, and their behavior. At the family and peer level, parental and peer beliefs, expectations, and influences, as well as household socioeconomic statuses, play a huge role. The school level considers factors related to school and learning environments that may be influential. And lastly, at a societal level, social and cultural norms related to gender equality, gender stereotypes in the media, all helped to push women into or away from STEM. So we can see that gender inequality is a huge obstacle for women entering and women already working in STEM. But why is this important and why do we keep talking about it? Well, because we need the representation. We need more women at the forefront in STEM careers because women drive innovation. They drive social well-being, inclusive growth, and sustainable and equitable development. Women from all over the world also deserve equal opportunities to be in STEM and to benefit from STEM. There's also evidence that shows that women from developing countries and the challenges that they face are essential in STEM careers, especially when it comes to implementing STEM innovations. But unfortunately, up until today, very few countries can say that they've fully achieved gender equality, and on the current trajectory, it will take us another 136 years to close the global gender gap. This begs the question, so how do we tackle these barriers and continue to push for better recognition and more opportunities? Well, as I mentioned earlier, there's OST-SANC and the Kovalevsky Fund. So OST, which I'm an executive member of, offers visibility, funding, research, and networking opportunities. We also offer fellowships to women through their various programs and through our country-specific national chapters. So we have over 9,000 members across 100 countries, and in the past 30 years since our inception, we facilitated the graduation of 360 women scientists with their PhDs. OST also grants a special focus to supporting women through their times where they feel like dropping out the most. We have prevented a dropout rate and halved it compared to those found in statistics in the US. There are also many other organizations and funds for women researchers in STEM from the developing world, such as L'Oreal UNESCO Opportunities, Women in Science for Africa, For Women in Science, and so many others. But we also need to spend some more time focusing on tackling the different reasons why there just aren't enough women in science, as represented by this diagram, through individual and societal change. So this includes interventions to build interest and motivation amongst girls to pursue STEM careers. Family and peer level interventions include those that engage with parents and families to address misconceptions when it comes to STEM opportunities and careers. School level interventions include addressing teacher perceptions, mentorship programs, gender neutral assessments, and at a societal level, we need to target the social and cultural norms related to gender equality, gender stereotypes in the media, and policies and legislation. So all in all, we need a holistic response globally. And this work is vital. We need to continue working towards implementing and actioning these interventions so that more women and their research and discoveries, such as these, can be highlighted globally. It's time to focus the light on women in STEM from the developing world. From refrigeration to breast cancer treatment, to vaccines to combating malnutrition, women from the developing world are breaking stereotypes and barriers with their work and research in STEM. So yes, we have a long way to go, but it's exciting to think about what the future holds for women in science from the developing world. We are women, and that is our superpower. So please, please become a member of OST-SANC, join us, look at the opportunities that are available for yourselves, and yeah, we'll see where we go from there. Thank you.
Thank you, Sayuri. As you were talking, I was reminded of this infographic, and I'm sure most of you have come across it. It shows a man and a woman at the starting line of their careers. And the man progresses much quicker and much faster to reach the apex of his career, while women have to go through hoops, you know, family responsibilities, and I'm reminded that the washing machine is one of it's one of them. The societal expectations, all these things are really which are barriers to a woman succeeding in their career. And I am quite happy to hear that I.D.E.A.S has programs in place to ensure that women stay in science, and also that they are mentored properly, you know, given the kind of support and tools and resources that they need to thrive just as much as men would in their careers. We have come to the part where I will open the session for the question and answers. And yeah, so I see there are roving mics. So we will take a few questions. We are still on time. It is our Women in Science champion.
Oh, thanks, Prof. Ish. So, yeah, I wanted to ask now, like, with the advent, of the COVID-19. So now, how we gonna build the Ark or the Titanic? Sure, how we gonna build the Ark or the collective trust to say now, because we saw the world is no longer pulling left or right in regards to say who found which gender found the vaccine. But we have seen plenty of times that if we work together, we can reach that common goal. So I think that is the issue that we could also wear the conscious head about. So also Dr. to be. We wanted to ask, like, would you trust ChatGPT tools in your research? Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay, I think yes. The question is, how do we tap on and leverage on the power of the collective? So I'll allow the panel members to each give their response.
You can start. Okay, I will address the question on ChatGPT. Okay, so it's artificial intelligence, which is actually very intelligent. There's a lot of information if you go on there and you want a specific answer to, that you will get, and most of the information is quite correct. I've heard of a lot of professors or lecturers who allow their students to make use of the app for their research or for their schoolwork. So I would trust ChatGPT. Not that I would use it on my research, but yeah.
Okay. I have many thoughts. But I think to your point about the power of the collective, it's what we do know that, right? So it's the how do we, collectively come together. So obviously advancing women is important. But for me, it's across the board, which is class, right? One of my things that I'm always kind of, I guess it also comes from my background, which is a rural township background, where even access to education, where people can't go to school or university, elitism at any level is also bad. So in our collective, it's how do we harness our collective powers? So of course we know women are powerful, so that's fine. But for me, I'm saying even at class level, how do we bring everybody? So very good question, very good point around, for me, another thing I'm passionate about is transdisciplinary research, which is saying, a scientist will think we know everything. But our parents, our grandparents knew a lot, and we need to harvest that knowledge. So indigenous knowledge systems have always told us to respect, it may not be a degree, but it's knowledge and it's expertise, right? So for me, I'm with you on that we are powerful when we're a collective. Again, COVID, your example was really true, right? That we all one, we're all affected by all of these problems, but how do we powerfully harness what we all bring to the table? And it's across gender, it's across class, it's everything. So thank you for that point.
Yeah, I'll just say teamwork makes the dream work. But I think when it comes to the power of the collective, we always talk about knowledge. But what's important is taking that knowledge and implementing it into something actionable and seeing what we can use that knowledge for and seeing how that plays out on the ground. And I think that's something that we need to work towards, and that's something that's very important that we need to take forward from having the collective power.
Thank you, Elise Webb. I'm a lecturer in the School of Health Systems and Public Health, Faculty of Health Sciences. Very nice to see Anwani. I get a lot of emails from her as our research coordinator with Professor Tavani's Professor Tavani's office. I just want to say that, as researchers, when we publish, it is important to know that somebody has to pay, right? So open source, yes. But of course, when we enroll students and we want our students to publish open source, we need to find the money as academics for them to be able to publish open source. So it's not as easy as just getting open source articles out there. I would say, the average price in rands at the moment for an open source journal article would be around about 20,000 rand. So it's not small money that we're talking about. And then I just also want to say that I am a diabetes researcher, and I do have one publication in the conversation. One. So I promise to go back to that and just do more things. I think, we are bound by some rules and regulations if we publish in paid journals. And so it's not always that easy to bring it down to different levels. And then to the MEd registrar, I'm so sorry that you're not in our school, and a WITSI, but I taught at WITS last week, so there's a lot of collaboration that's happening between universities that many people are unaware of. One of my courses is chronic disease epidemiology, and we have a small number of students in UP, and there's a small number of students at WITS. So we combine it, and then we also bring in international expertise from Utrecht University, for example, and we collaborate in that way. So it's not as if the universities are in competition. We're actually trying more and more to collaborate, also in terms of our research and our outputs, and also teaching our students. Thank you so much.
There is another hand at the back, and another one.
Thank you. Okay. Good day, everyone. My name is Kanyasa. I'm from the Faculty of Health Sciences. My question is for Ms. Nakumbe. When it comes to open science practice, I understand that the cost is the biggest disadvantage, but what do you think are other obstacles or things that may hinder or cause people to be deterred from using open science practices, specifically in the African context?
Okay, thank you. Oh my God, okay. Thank you for that question. That's a good question. So there are a number of barriers which, as a part of my study, I'm aiming to bring to the fore so people are aware of. Besides the funding, which is the biggest, as you said, there's a problem of researchers believing that if they publish open access, they fear on the side of peer reviews. They feel that the information that's published so easily and so openly, is it really checked, or is it something that people can rely on? That's another main issue that scientists are fear of when it comes to open access publishing. Yeah, that's one big example I can give.
Okay, we'll take the last one from Tsiki.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nonsikelelo Loteni. I'm from the Transformation Office. I think mine was just a comment, a caution as well, that while digital transformation, digital access is indeed a good thing, it's a future that we are looking forward to. We really need to also think about how do we mitigate the digital injustice that is there already, which you have spoken about, that come with that cost, the accessibility, because it's going to become an exclusion for others, or others not being able to go into those spaces. And again, it opens up the gap. Thanks.
Thank you. You would all agree with me that I think this was, we saved the best for last. And something really struck me, that actually women, we've been making strides since the beginning of time, you know. But I don't know where, you know, the wheels came off from the bus. However, I think collectively, you know, if we are intentional about including women, about women representation, about collaborative efforts that includes women, we are intentional about gender mainstreaming, and also we are intentional about giving women a voice, that really we can achieve this social justice that we talk about through the Sustainable Development Goals. And with that, before I call Professor Maharaj, our Vice Principal, Research, Innovation, and Postgraduate Education, to give us some key recommendations and also a vote of thanks, can we thank the speakers of this afternoon? Can we thank all the speakers, and also thank you for staying up until this time? Thank you.
Okay, so as Prof. Ntebogang said, we had the graveyard session, so we're going to close the graveyard session. So it's between myself and Prof. Masia and your lunch, so we'll try and be short. So colleagues, again, good afternoon to everybody, welcome. Also welcome to our online viewers, I hope they're still there with us, to this Women in Science Symposium. So my job is pretty simple, is to just kind of do the vote of thanks and say a few words to the end. I think, as you know, Dr. Rakeshni said, we're running this for 5 years at UP, and I think it's, as you can see, it's gaining momentum and gaining traction, and certainly I think we'd like to pursue this. So colleagues, I think we have come to the end, and I'm sure that you will agree that it has been quite an insightful and inspiring day, one of which will leave us much cause for further reflection and deliberation, and of course, online continuous dialogue. As you know, this is not an event, this is a process, it's an ongoing process. And the more we talk and the more we engage, the more sensitized we become, and the more we have call to actions. Our conversations are continuing, and it is key that we continue to do this, and we create the environment to do this. And of course, while a number of freedoms have been won for women, much work I think still remains to be done in order to bring everyone forward for sustainable and equitable development. So first, I'd like to thank Professor Flavius Nkhubuche. Thank you very much, Prof. our acting vice principal for student life, and for your striking keynotes, your presentation, and enlarging our perspective on gender equality. We are grateful to have such a groundbreaking achiever in what is, I call, a key tenure, given South Africa's gross gender inequality. You have an enormous task in your hands, and I'm sure you are up to it. We have every confidence that you are exactly the right person for the remit, and looking forward to supporting you in your quest to ensure that gender equality is a reality in our lifetime. Just to state that, colleagues at University of Pretoria, in our executive, we have 7 members in the executive, and 4 are women and 3 are men. And of course, so we're doing well in that space there. And I think I'm subject to correction, but I think if you look at every of the 26 public universities in South Africa, I think we're the only university in our executive has every racial group represented. So we're really diverse, not only in male and female, but also in racial groups as well. So I think that talks about University of South Africa, of UP, and of course our talk about unity in diversity, and that's important as well. So I'd like to thank our various panelists, our chairs, our moderators and speakers. Thank you very much for your time, for preparing, making time to be here and inspire us and give us the various perspectives from your dimension. And also like to thank Commissioner Advocate Gumede for making time to be with us. Thank you, ma'am, and we're looking forward to engaging with your organization, which is the Commission for Gender Equality. I think there are a number of people in the background that also tirelessly support the logistics, planning and management for such events. And I would like to extend my gratitude to the dedicated efforts of the I.D.E.A.S team here. I would like to thank, of course, Lynette Smith, she was somewhere in the back there, Sashla Naidu and Tembi Shlale and Wendy Adams from DRA and the others from, from DRI. Lastly, but no means, of course, I want to acknowledge and thank Dr. Rakeshni for her efforts here. Well, she wears 2 hats. She's still the head of our capacity development program at University of Pretoria. But also, you see, we also export quality as well in females. And she's currently the acting Deputy Director General at Department of Science and Innovation, responsible for innovation at DSI. So as you know, Dr. Rakeshni is the architect and the driver behind UP's Women in Science initiative. And as we conclude our 5th symposium, we are immensely grateful for her tireless efforts in ensuring that growth and tangible outputs are achieved in mobilizing for change and, of course, trying to forge, at least anywhere else but at UP, an equal world. There will come a time when I think these events will probably be no longer necessary, hopefully in our lifetime, as the battle will have to be won. It is difficult to imagine such a time, especially in light of some of the bleak statistics we have heard. But if you look back in history, we see that it is through the courageous actions of the fearless women, for example, as we heard earlier on the 1956 anti-pass law march, the impact that it had on bringing about the country's democracy and the mobilization for change. So thank you, Dr. Rakeshni, for all your work and passion and dedication, and I hope you'll continuously help us to drive this agenda. The women in science that we see in action around us is anything but ordinary. Of course, they are phenomenal, and today also has been a wonderful opportunity to celebrate their incredible work in their various disciplines. And we talk about science in the broader field, not only in the national agricultural sciences or the engineering sciences, but also in the human sciences, the social sciences, the economic sciences, the medical sciences. Because as we heard about the transdisciplinarity of work, and you know, all the challenges or problems of the world are not medical or social or economic or technology or skills. It's about multifacetedness. And that's why at University of Pretoria we try and drive a transdisciplinarity so that we work together to solve global challenges. And I think there are a number of hits, as we say that as the rubber hits the tar or the road, science needs everyone, and everyone needs science. The most passionate and most curious and the most ambitious people are male and female. I recently heard a young scientist reflect on why she has chosen or loves a particular career. She said, "I get to read about it, think about it, and learn things that I enjoy. I get to problem solve, examining and building the pieces of a puzzle, and then taking a step back to see how suddenly it all makes sense. Science is amazing because you get to think about solutions to problems that affect almost everyone in some way. I got into science because I wanted to help people, and that's exactly what I'm doing, and we call it changing lives. The goal of this dialogue is to ensure that women and girls have full and equal access to and participation in science, so that no one is prevented from doing what they want to do because of gender discrimination, so that the world doesn't lose out on the brightest minds being harnessed due to outdated mindsets and prejudice, as Prof. Ferris gave us an example of her own experience. And of course, it had to be in Stellenbosch. At the University of Pretoria, we are committed to tackling the most persistent problems facing our world today, as we strive to be leading research-intensive university in Africa. Of course, at UP, we want to be recognized internationally for our quality, relevance, and impact, and also, importantly, for developing people, creating knowledge, and making a difference both locally and globally. To do this through our different transdisciplinary platforms or hubs or units, example, we heard of Engineering 4.0, Innovation Africa, the JAV at UP, Future Africa, where we are today. Of course, we have our Center for the Future of Work, and we have our Institute for Malaria, which is doing great work in different parts of the country and in Africa as well. The outcomes of our impactful research reach far and wide, whether it be study on the eating habits of black holes, for example. We do some work in that space, in space science, or the discovery of potential compound that could possibly treat or even eliminate malaria at UP. And UP researchers are increasingly being recognized as leading scholars in their field. If you look at our citations and impact of our work, it's really getting noticed. And you probably look at the recent rankings, it's showing the outcome of the work people are doing at UP. And much of our research is done in collaboration with global partners, of course, given the significant benefits of being able to pool expertise and resources. As you know, we have an African proverb, if you want to go fast, go alone, but if you want to go far, we go together, and that's what we do at UP. And we want to pool the resource and expertise together, and of course, technology has opened up opportunities for us to collaborate and work together. And we know COVID is an example of forcing us, especially those of us that are averse to technology, taught us how to kind of use technology. Of course, being in a collaborative partnership with, I think, thousands of institutions in terms of joint publications and collaborative work of our different academics across the different faculties, across something like 70 countries, we are able to strongly experience as key drivers and collaborative agents of change. I think given the global environmental crisis that we have, and you heard the other day when India landed on the south pole of the moon, Prime Minister Modi was saying that, being the chair of G20, which they are hosting next month, they said, one planet, one family, one hope. And I think, we need to drive that going forward as well. It makes sense that some of UP's main research focus areas include agriculture and sustainable food systems. Of course, climate change, as we know, energy, water, One Health are important aspects that we at UP are continuously trying to drive. I think through the Future Africa platform, which we are at today, we are well on our way towards fostering the next generation of science leaders who are working together as part of the international research networks to find solutions, what we sometimes term the wicked challenges, that hamper transformation towards a prosperous, equitable and sustainable future in Africa and, of course, for our planet. Many of our great achievers in science are female, and it is unimaginable to think of the effect of environment that would have been stifled rather than propelled all of us to achieve this and pursuing our passion. As we embrace now, sometimes we talk about the fifth industrial revolution. At UP, we talk about Society 5.0. We need to take heed of the title of the chapter on gender in science in the UNESCO Science Report, which is, as was said in our opening statement, to be smart. The digital revolution will need to be inclusive, certainly with women still accounting for only 28% of of science, engineering, and very few in computer science. And strangely, majority of the females in computer science or in School of IT are females, but yet the participation of females in the program is very low, and that's very strange. We are at a global disadvantage in lacking a balanced, holistic approach, and there is an urgent need to reimagine the education sector to be equitable, inclusive, and diverse, with skills development and training for the full participation of women and girls in the future world of work. And I'm hoping our Center for the Future World of Work will come with some innovative ideas on what UP should take forward. I'd like to thank all for attending, and of course thank our interim VC, Professor Masia, for being here all day and opening this event. I think at UP we're very fortunate that 54% of our female academics, but certainly we want to grow that and grow it especially at the professoriate level. Although at the professoriate level we are about 35% of females, but certainly it needs to reflect the gender of the country as a whole. 39% of our females are NRF rated, which is, I think, fairly high in the country, but certainly, as I said, we need to grow that. But very importantly, in terms of leading research, you know, we have the South African Research Chair Initiative, the SACHI chairs. So 55% of the SACHI chairs at UP are females. And that's a great achievement, I think, at UP going forward. I think in turn, and this is, it will spur benefits in economic, social, and education policies that will provide girls and women with the equal access to education, safe, clean water, healthcare. Of course, decent work is important, and representation in political and economic decision-making processes for a sustainable world, as we just saw in BRICS, the male dominance out there. This will see the dawning of a new generation of equality, which will herald a more prosperous, peaceful, equitable, and fair world that is ultimately better for both women and men alike. I think we look forward to that day, but we all need to continuously work on this, so it's incumbent on each and every one of us, not only the females, not only the males, not only the professors, not only the executive at UP, it's everybody's responsibility for us to continuously think about it, work on it, and make it realize itself in our own little areas we are involved in. And thank you very much. And now I hand you over to Prof. Masia to close today's event. Prof. Masia.
I'm supposed to just once again thank everyone for your commitment, for your staying power. It has been a long but very fruitful interaction that we had here, and I'd like to express my heartfelt gratitude to all of you with all the thought-provoking discussions, and talks. Wish you could have had 2 days to do this so that we can just unleash, and come to near solutions for some of the vexing issues that we have, or what the professors at UP call wicked problems of our society. Now, gender parity, of course, we had throughout the discussions and the involvement of us to make things better for everyone. And that includes us men, because of the past stereotypes and things like that. We need to be very intentional. This is what we had throughout the discussions about how we can, as males, play a role in supporting women, whether in the workforce or in the entire sector as we have it. We are not where we are supposed to be, and yes, we are striving to achieve that goal, but it is one of those systematic actions that we need to take to move forward. So I'm told that some men are in privileged positions, and that excludes me. But for those that are, we need to be very, supportive. The past has created certain opportunities for men, as you know, and including networks and things like that. So we need to share these experiences and actually hand over a number of these things for women to take them forward. The data, I quoted when I started, showed that women actually do much better in terms of leadership. So as part of our strategy for women in science and going forward, let us raise the awareness. This is a very powerful word, awareness. Just do campaigns, talk, write, make an impact, so that we can be able to eradicate the vestiges of a patriarchal system that we have been part of for many years. I know that for other, cultures, it's still a very strange thing for women to go to university, and you know who I'm talking about. I'm not going to quote people now, but it's like, what are you doing at university? You must just stay at home. And that is really absurd, but it is happening in other parts of the world. So this awareness campaign, need to be from different fronts, really, and spearheaded by both women and men. And we also know that in terms of this empowerment of women, we also have these unconscious biases, that influence decision making. Something like, if you're a woman, it's not good enough. We need to hear it from a man, kind of thing. So that kind of unequal treatment is really something that we need to eradicate. It shouldn't be around. If you go in my home, I have 2 daughters there, and my roommate, who happens to be my wife as well. And I have 2 boys. But, the power of these 3 women in my own household, they pretty much turn me into a schmendrick, if you like. You just have to listen. And that's the power, and they get that from their mother. Except when they want your money. So a very inclusive work environment for women, as I said in my closing remarks in the previous, it's very important that women should act in such a manner that they demonstrate the support for other women, especially to lift them up. We conducted an institutional survey last year, in fact 2 years ago. Results are still very relevant. So as part of our own culture, in terms of social cohesion, in terms of looking at some of those softer issues and interventions, we cannot be bystanders as men. We need to attack, and I use a very strong word, sexual harassment and discrimination in the workplace or everywhere else. You can't just be silent when you see what other men do to women. I will not tell you that I was once arrested but released on warning when one of the men abused my cousin. And is it a cousin when it's a woman? Yeah, same thing. So, but ladies and gentlemen, we have very outstanding women at this university. And the list is too long for me to finish. I mean, we can talk of Maureen Rofiwa Musi, in our nursing department. We can talk of, Brenda, you know Professor Brenda Wingfield, one of the very outstanding academics, A-rated, over 450, scientific articles. It takes really women to be, intentional, supportive, discerning, and also demonstrate that they can lift others. And you can see by the number of masters and PhDs that are being produced by some of these top-class women that we have. And we have many of them. I will not finish them. Martina Jordan is one of them, working in our community engagement activities, on matters that really matter for society to actually, start from the beginning, with our early childhood development. And it is quite important that, if we need to thrive as universities, we need to nurture, the young ones so that by the time they reach this stage, they have that confidence. Remember, I spoke about confidence earlier, that women, it's not me, the study, they say women get confidence from 40 years onwards. So we need to dispel that. And I was happy to hear one of the young women say that, we need to be hungry for doing better for women, because no one else will do it for you unless you do it yourselves. So I'm told that there are cocktails and refreshments because we kept you here for too long, but it's nothing really fancy because we are a poor university. In case you read this fake news that we are the richest university, that's what it is, just fake news. And I don't think I want to apologize for that either. It's just fake news. Thank you very much. Enjoy it.